from Governor Charles Baker. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Andrew Abdella to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am enclosing the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Charles D. Baker. And now I will briefly introduce the counselor. We have Counselor Marilyn Petito Devaney here, Counselor Bob Jubenville, Counselors Eileen Duff, Counselor Joseph Ferreira, Counselor Terrence Kennedy, and Counselor Ianella. And with that,
They're invisible.
Attorney Abdella, we'll start with the witnesses you've brought on your behalf. And I believe we'll start with Judge Hillman. Is that correct?
Yes, Counselor. Thank you.
Excellent.
Are they there? I don't think so.
Not a judge, a judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Counselor DePalo. Good morning, Counselor Devaney, and good morning, Counselor Jubenville and counselors
Wherever they are. in
Appearing.
Zoomland.
appearing virtually. It's always an honor and a privilege to appear before this historic body and to see some new friends and some old friends. In my experience, both appearing before this board, this group, and testifying before the council, it's always an intimidating process, and I think it's even more so in this great room. So this is a great day for Andrew. It's a great day for the bar, and it's a great day for the citizens of the Commonwealth. In the interest of full disclosure, I sat with Andrew's father in the state court for many years, and he is a friend and mentor. And I could not be happier to be sitting here today talking about Andrew. And I told him that he should enjoy this, because it's one of the few days where hopefully everybody is going to say great things about him, and then sometimes after they don't. It's a great day for the bar. Andrew's work, both for the city of Worcester and for the Sheriff's Department, have given him a great background in both civil and in criminal law. And he has tried in a bunch of forums, including the federal court where I presently sit, and has developed an expertise. First of all, he's just a excellent trial attorney, but he has developed an expertise in some of the mundane subjects, such as qualified immunity as it relates to First Amendment cases. And frankly, and Attorney Gould's probably going to talk a little bit about this as well. I do civil rights cases every day, and I'm not sure I understand what it means, so I'm happy that I can now pick up the phone if Andrew is confirmed and have him explain it to me. Most importantly, this is a terrific day for the citizens of the Commonwealth. As I think those of you all know, because you're involved in this on a daily basis, civil litigation, prisoner civil litigation is a particularly bare knuckle form of litigation. And I think as a society, we are judged by how we treat the least among us. And the group that we see frequently, and I saw them in the state court and I see them frequently in the federal court, are litigious and angry, and some of them are coming off of substance issues. Some of them are dealing with significant mental health issues. So it would be easy to take those pleadings and deal with them summarily if you were the attorney on the other side. But quite to the contrary, and Andrew is remarkable and almost singular in his approach to this among the institutional lawyers that I see representing the various correctional facilities. He approaches this litigation with compassion, and he treats the litigants with dignity, and he is not completely rule-bound or rule-driven. He is not afraid to let a litigant have his or her say in court even if their case is hopeless or meritless. And I think that speaks volumes, not only about the type of person he is, but the type of judge he will be. So I am so proud to have been asked to speak on his behalf, and would welcome any questions or thoughts. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you.
Do any counselors have questions or comments? Counselor
Judge,
Kennedy?
it's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
It's been a while since you've been here.
It has.
You know, I think you got a bump since you've been here a lot of time.
I'm not sure whether it's a bump sideways or down or up, but it's a bump.
I'm gonna ask you a question about, there's been, not directly related to the nominee, but, you know, in his capacity working for the sheriff department, I'm sure he's dealt with similar type of issues as the one I'm gonna bring up. A few weeks ago, Council Ferrara brought up issues involving the Court Officer Training Academy. And what's going on there? There were allegations that have been, that there's been some hazing going on, I guess is the best way to put it. And I'm sure similar type things happen, similar type of training goes on with respect to the folks that he works with, the guards at the jail. Both court officers and the guards at jail, I think, are unsung heroes, especially in the courthouses that I see every day. I have many friends that are court officers that work very, very hard, and basically they're sort of the grease that keeps things moving along the way, and they're an important part of the system. And but there were accusations of hazing going on at the academy, and one court officer recently sent me a memo that the trial court sent out, saying that they were going to set up an independent investigation. And I'm sure you've dealt with, as a federal judge, civil rights violations related to things like this on many occasions, as you referred to in your comments. The memo I found a little disturbing because it starts out by from the trial administrator talking about, you know, I asked if anything's going on. They assured me nothing's going on in terms of hazing, and I'm satisfied with that. But I'm going to set up an independent investigation anyway. It's 2 paragraphs of disclaimers, and then basically exonerating themselves, and I said, but we'll set up an independent investigation anyway. Is that any way to start an investigation, Judge? You've been around a long time. You know what I'm saying?
I can see those disclaimers being used in some lawyer's opening statement someday.
Yeah, I think they may be, and I don't want to put you on the spot because you may be hearing a case, something related to that. But it just seems so out of line to start with disclaimers and then say we're going to do an independent investigation. And I got to tell you something else about it. When the other counsel brought this up, the suggestions made as part of the disclaimers that there was some type of personal interest in that. But I can tell you, a court officer sent me that memo that I know, and talked about how this is exactly what's going on. Counselor Jubenville and I were in Suffolk Superior Court the other day, and we were approached by a court officer who told it happened to 2 other people that were thrown out of the academy after being hazed, and how outrageous it was. So, you know, to me, and it's not my battle, it is in the sense that I'm a public official, and I think what they do is very important, in that whatever investigation takes place is fair and impartial. And I'm not getting that sense from this memo. It's very concerning. But, you know, we were approached by a court officer who told us the same thing's happening with two other people that he knows of. And I found out later that one of those people has now reported it to the state. And I raise that because, you know, the nominee in his capacity, working in the sheriff's department and handle civil matters, would have had to handle cases like this. I assume. I'll ask him that question. But do you think that's any way to start an investigation, Judge? Starting with disclaimers?
Not sure it is.
Thank you. I have no further credit. It is great to see you again, Judge.
Same here.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor
Counselor
Kennedy.
DePalo?
Comments? Counselor Devaney?
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming in person.
Thank you.
I like to look people in the eye.
It is nice.
I'm very concerned about what's happening in the court now with this Zoom thing, you know, especially an industrial accident. Very difficult to see a disabled person, the 209As. But let's get to this. How long have you been a judge now?
30 years,
God bless you.
15 in the state and 15 in the feds.
Thank you for all your service. Can you tell me what type of cases that you've seen this nominee bring before you?
He's defended cases involving the city of Worcester, tort claims.
Was this as an assistant?
City
Oh, this is an
solicitor.
assistant solicitor that you're speaking of. Okay.
And then he has appeared before me as counsel for the sheriff's department in Worcester County on civil rights cases, contract issues, some prisoner habeas cases. Most of them, however, the heavy lifting that I've seen him is usually prisoner civil rights cases.
I see. So how many years has it been that you've observed him? Since he was a assistant
He
solicitor?
was assistant solicitor, I think, when I was a magistrate judge, which was back in 08 and 09. And then I became a district judge in 12. And I think he's been in the sheriff's office now for 5 or 6 years, maybe
Right.
even longer.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you. Your testimony means a lot to me. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Juneville?
Yeah, great to see you, Judge. I'm really glad you're here. Tell me, this nominee is young by my standards. Doesn't have a criminal background. Tell us what you think that means and how he can get around all of that.
I think and I apologize if this sounds a little squirrely. I think just by virtue of the fact that he has to deal every day with habeas and minimus issues as they pertain to the transportation of prisoners and, you know, getting prisoners hooked up with lawyers and dealing with the Sixth Amendment issues that inevitably arise in the houses of correction is a nice foundation. I appreciate that there is no substitute for having hands-on criminal experience, and I know that Andrew, I think, has some, but not a whole heck of a lot. He's going to be fine. He has one of the things that I notice about him during oral argument is he just doesn't sail into it. He takes a breath and he's measured in his response. And I think that bespeaks the fact that he is willing to learn, willing to listen, and most importantly, not react without thinking it through and asking for advice. On any given day in the courthouses that he is going to be in, there will be several judges. And I know he will not be afraid to pick the phone up and say, as we all do, hey, I've got this coming up in 15 minutes. have you ever run into it? I do it, I hate to tell you how many times or who I call. But I just think it's part of the package that Andrew presents.
Well, I think it's a feather in someone's cap that does call for something they don't know about. All too often, we see judges pretending they know something about an issue that the lawyers know they don't. Had they taken your route and called somebody, they would have been informed. So I like that part. So your recommendation means a lot to me. Obviously, I've known you a long time and been before you, and like the fact that you played baseball in college. So if there's any issue if he gets confirmed, if there's any issue out there, what I'm going to do is come out and see you, and you and I are going to go have a talk with him. Fair enough?
I would welcome the opportunity to see you anytime. And if we need to go see Andrew, let's do it.
Okay. Thank you for coming, Judge.
My pleasure.
Great to see you.
Same here.
Stay
Counselor.
healthy and don't quit. Don't retire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments or questions from counselors?
Counselor DePalo?
Counselor Hurley, yes.
Counselor DePalo?
Yes, I can
Thank
hear
you.
you, Counselor Hurley. Please go
Thank
ahead.
you. Morning, Judge Tillman. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, Counselor. How are
Can
you,
you hear
Judge?
me?
I can.
I'm
Can you hear
good.
me okay?
We were together a long time ago.
Yes, we were.
So
Don't
you've
say
been in
how
the
long.
district court. We're not getting older, we're getting better because we have more experience. That's my attitude. And there's nothing you can do about it anyway. So, what was your background before you became a district court judge?
4 years DA's office, 20 years private practice. I represented cities and towns, and I had a little bit of plaintiff's work, and I did a little bit of criminals defense on the side.
So you had a good foundation in criminal law. Is that fair to say?
I started in the DA's office. I didn't end up practicing a lot of criminal law at the end, although I didn't refuse criminal cases.
And how many jury trials did you have over the years, both as a DA and in private practice?
At least a couple of hundred, but again, 3 or 4 years in the DA's office doing criminal jury trials was a large part of that.
And that's because in the district court, everything's very fast paced. Is that fair to
Correct.
say? And when you get to the district court as a judge, you don't know everything, but you have a good foundation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, hopefully.
And so for someone who's got a background in criminal law, someone who's done motions to suppress, someone who's done motions relative to identification, and has done jury trials and is familiar and comfortable with evidence as it relates to criminal law. Those are tools that should be in a district court judge's tool shed. Is that fair to say?
Or have access to them. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, in district court in Springfield on any given day, I would have 100 pretrial conferences. And you have to sort out the issues and really know how to direct the case in terms of what's next and how do you get it to trial. And I think the same experience can be said for a lot of the things, especially now with what we've been through with COVID. So I know you've had a great career and that you've labored in the field for a long time. I just want to thank you for your candor, and it's great to see you after all these years.
Same here, Counselor and Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Hurley. Any further comments or questions from the council? There being none, Judge Hillman, we appreciate you being here this morning. Thank you. And next, we will hear from Assistant City Solicitor for the City of Worcester, Kevin Gould. Morning, Attorney Gould.
Good morning, councilors.
Morning.
As Councilor DePalo mentioned, my name is Kevin Gould. I am a Worcester attorney, and for the past 16 years have served as an assistant city solicitor for the city of Worcester. It is a privilege and an honor to be before you this morning to testify on behalf of my colleague and good friend, Attorney Andrew Abdella. And I'm truly humbled that Andrew would ask me to be here today. I have known Andrew for 15 years, since 2006, when he was hired as an assistant city solicitor for the city of Worcester. From 2006 to 2011, I was fortunate to have worked and collaborated with Andrew on a daily basis. During that period, I had the opportunity to frequently observe Andrew zealously representing the city of Worcester and its employees on a variety of matters in the district court. It goes without saying that Andrew is a consummate professional and a skilled attorney. He's always well prepared. He knows the law and has a sharp legal mind. Anyone who knows Andrew knows what a positive and upbeat person he is. He's probably the most positive person I know. But the one thing that always stood out to me and continues to stand out to me about Andrew, especially in the courtroom, is the way he treats others. Whether it was court staff, court officers, an attorney on the other side, or a pro se party, Andrew was always respectful, poised, compassionate, kind, and gracious. Having appeared in front of numerous judges in the district court for the past 17 years, I believe these are characteristics and traits that will make Andrew a terrific judge if confirmed. In 2011, when Andrew was hired as general counsel for the Worcester County Sheriff's Office, I was certainly sad to see him leave, but very happy for him. And I was sad because he was a valued colleague of mine. However, I was fortunate to remain in close contact with Andrew over the last 10 years and have been able to watch him flourish in his new role. Apart from his legal abilities, Andrew has given back to the community, serving as a mentor in the Mass Bar Association mentoring program. And listening to Andrew talk about this program, it is clear to me to see how much he enjoyed being a part of it and the profound impact it had on him, both personally and professionally. And lastly, over the last 15 years, I've had the opportunity to develop a personal relationship with Andrew. He's a terrific husband to his wife, Rebecca, and a devoted father to his two girls, Jasmine and Isabel. I can say without reservation that if confirmed, Andrew will be a terrific judge and an asset to the trial court. And then I'm really honored to be here this morning on his behalf, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Attorney Gould. Comments from the council. Councilor Devaney.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, can you tell me the job description of the city council, the city solicitor of the Worcester Law Department?
Sure. So the city of Worcester, assistant city solicitors for the city of Worcester and the city solicitor represent the city as their in-house counsel. So Andrew and myself were involved in the litigation division of that office. So we handle all types of litigation against.
Excuse me, I asked you, what is the job of the solicitor, not the assistant, the solicitor?
The solicitor is the chief legal officer of the city of Worcester.
Can you tell me what the duties are? I don't know what the duties are for the assistant or whether the city solicitor or the assistant. I'd like to know what the job description is. What are the responsibilities of these people? What authority do they have?
So the city solicitor represents the city in all legal matters. He represents the city manager, the city council. He is at city council meetings providing advice and consent to the city council and city officials. So anything that could potentially come up before a legal issue before the city council is something that the city solicitor would handle.
You didn't mention court.
I did mention court.
He does go
there-
to court, the
they-
solicitor?
Yes, they do. There is, as I mentioned, there's a litigation division. The city solicitor's office represents the city in all matters related to court. So For myself, I'm in court, that's 100% of my practice. I am in federal court, state court, and district, and superior and district court.
How many assistants are there?
Currently, I believe there are 12 of us.
Well, ooh,
And we are split between litigation division and an advice and consent division. So there's different type of work that happens.
I see. So what are the responsibilities that are, that an assistant is not allowed to do, does not have in his job description as the solicitor does?
Well, the solicitor deals mainly with the city council. The assistant city solicitors do not normally deal with the city councilors, the elected officials for the city of Worcester.
How is it decided who goes to court, the solicitor or the assistants?
You are assigned cases by the city solicitor.
Okay. And divided among the 12?
Well, now it's divided amongst the 4 in the litigation division. So there's 12 assistant city solicitors, 4 of whom do litigation.
Okay, so you and the nominee were in the litigation department?
Litigation division,
Okay.
correct.
And there were how many when you worked together?
I believe it was 5.
There were 5, okay. So, okay, so you were there first? You were already there?
I was.
When the nominee came? Okay. So, did you work on the same, were you assigned the same cases together, or how, tell me the relationship, your working relationship?
So a number of cases we were assigned together, but we also handled cases separately and had our own caseload. There were some of the more complex cases that we would be asked to work on together. I still work currently in front of Judge Hillman. I have another attorney in the office who, on civil rights cases, who I work directly with.
So when an assistant goes to court, do they have there's other lawyers that are working on that same case?
At times, correct.
At times? How many times out of 100%?
It's not 100%, maybe 50 to 75.
So would another assistant be called in, or is it outside the department? How does that work?
I guess I don't understand.
When there's a case and say that you have it, okay, you are the lead counsel, but that means there are other people that come in, right? And can you tell me who those individuals? I'm trying to, I just want to understand the makeup, you know? That's really all I'm trying to do.
So sometimes Counselor, sometimes I think that cases will be co-assigned. So there will be 2 attorneys assigned to one case to work together,
Okay.
depending on how complex the case is or how much of a workload will be required.
Did you know Gary Brackett?
I didn't know him, well, I knew him as an attorney in Worcester. I did not work for him.
Well, he's from my town, and he worked there, and he died suddenly young. It was sad,
I know
but he
you-
was very well respected. And I think he was the solicitor.
He was the solicitor, but not when Andrew and I were employed for the city of Worcester.
So what would you say the major difference in the responsibilities of an assistant versus the city solicitor? Tell me, besides appearing before the council and working with the manager, I'm talking about the legal aspect of the job.
Well, I think as an assistant, you work on a lot of day-to-day matters. A lot of the more mundane matters, all of the cases that get filed. The city solicitor doesn't necessarily work on all of those matters. The city solicitor is dealing with the higher level matters that are required.
So did it go by seniority, who got the jobs, who was there? Like you were like the senior if I could call senior assistant clerk, does it have a hierarchy of the cases or are they just randomly?
And I can't speak to how those cases are assigned because I don't do that. But I think the more, at the time when Andrew and I were there together, I was not a senior. We were assistant city solicitors together. But I think the more complex matters go to the more senior level attorneys.
I see. No, because looking at the biography of the nominee, he started 2 months after he graduated, I believe, from law school, if I'm not mistaken. Got his law degree, either one. That must have been his law degree. I don't know. I'll have to check. I think when he graduated, right? When he graduated from law school in June, 2 months later in August, he became an assistant solicitor. So I'm just wondering, with the new kid on the block, what is given to that person? I'm just trying to find the hierarchy, and I'm sorry, dude, but I'm trying to educate myself on how it works in Worcester.
Sure. So Andrew, I can state definitively, he dealt with a number of cases in district court related to the tort type cases that are down in district court related to public ways, administrative appeals such as license to carry appeals. So somebody who's had a license to carry that's been revoked or denied or suspended. And then in Superior Court, tort type cases as well, personal injury cases, contract cases where there's litigation related to that.
All right, in your position, this position assistant, we know that the police chief of a community has the authority to give a gun permit. How do you get into that to oversee that? I never knew there was another layer of that.
Well, there is no oversight by the law department. So for instance, if a police chief takes an action against somebody's license to carry, and somebody then files an action for judicial review before the courts, the chief is represented by counsel in district court. So that's where we would have come in to defend the chief's decision, whether or not the chief had reasonable grounds to take action.
Yeah. So how many years have you been working there?
I've been with the city 16 years, Counselor.
How long?
16.
16 years. Well, thank you. I just want to educate myself about the position, and I'm glad that you're here as a witness to tell me how it operates in Worcester.
My
Thank you
pleasure.
so much.
My
Thank you.
pleasure to be here.
I
Counselor.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Comments or questions from other counselors?
Counselor DePalo?
Counselor Hurley.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Counselor.
So in your entire time in the city solicitor's office, you never did a criminal case.
I have never prosecuted a criminal case, but I have tried. I've been involved in criminal cases for Rule 17 motions for for police records. And then there are a variety of cases that are filed on the civil end related to civil rights and the Fourth Amendment that are handled in the office.
Yeah, but that's.
But I've never.
Neither you nor the nominee has ever done a criminal case, which is a trial of a criminal charge, either with or without a jury.
I have never prosecuted a criminal case.
You've
Counselor.
never done a motion to suppress?
I have not.
You've never done any other type of discovery motions as it relates to criminal cases?
I have, Your Honor. Counselor, it's Rule 17 motions related to discovery.
A Rule 17 motion is a very narrow, limited type of discovery motion. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And it simply has to do with your representing police departments in terms of discovery of, for example, more likely in a civil rights case, if a police officer has a record of disciplinary actions against them in prior instances. Isn't that fair to say?
That is fair to say, Counselor.
So it's not a criminal trial. It's not a criminal case. It's not a criminal motion, is it?
It is not, Counsel.
All right. So neither is the nominee, is that correct?
I don't believe Attorney Abdella has prosecuted criminal cases.
All right. And do you know what the percentage of criminal matters are in the district court as opposed to civil matters?
I do not, Counsel.
Well, would you be surprised to learn that it's in the city of Springfield and I believe in Worcester, it's more like 90-10, 90% criminal, 10% civil.
No.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Counselor Hurley. Any comments or questions from other counselors? Thank you for your testimony this morning, Attorney Gould.
Thank you, Counselors.
Thank you.
And now we will hear from Robert Preston Jackson III of the Office of Public and Community Service, joining us remotely.
Hello, good morning, council members. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you just fine.
Good morning, thank you. On the outset, I would like to say that I'm here and I'm actually very honored that Andrew asked me to come in and testify for him. I actually am here in my own capacity and I'm not speaking for the Bar Association itself. And also, secondly, I'm not a very good orator, so I have written my actual comments, and if it's okay, I'd like to read them if that's all right.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, good morning, esteemed council members. I thank you for allowing me to appear here today to raise my support for the confirmation of Attorney Andrew Abdella to Associate Justice of the Dudley District Court. As mentioned before, my name is Robert Preston Jackson III, and I work for the Massachusetts Bar Association's Office of Public and Community Service. More specifically, it is my greatest pleasure and honor to work on the NBA's Tiered Community Mentoring Program. This program was the idea of Associate Justice Angela Ordonez, and it brings together a practicing attorney, a law school student, a high school student, and an undergraduate college student to create a tiered mentorship group. In other words, each tier mentors the previous tier before them. It is in my capacity as one of the coordinators for this great program that I was able to meet Attorney Abdella. Andrew has graciously offered us his time for 4 years. He has very actively participated as an attorney mentor for 2 years and has on 2 occasions been a speaker, detailing his incredible essential work he does with the STOP program and the Sheriff's Office. As an attorney mentor within the program, not only has Andrew repeatedly exhibited patience and compassion, he also understood that all of the members of his groups came from different backgrounds, and he did everything in his power to meet them exactly where they were and to make them comfortable enough to open up and share with each other. He has encouraged law school students to do what they are passionate about instead of what they think will possibly make them the most money. Drawing from his knowledge of the prison system, he counseled a college student who had previously been incarcerated on the importance of forgiving oneself and on the need for prison reform. Finally, he has encouraged his high school mentees, who are often the most hardest to reach, to follow their dreams and to reach for the sky and to believe in themselves as well. I would like to thank this committee for its due diligence in vetting its nominees and for considering Andrew for this position. He is a man of remarkable character, resounding patience, and an even temperament, and would be an outstanding addition to the bench. His knowledge of all the issues that affect the people of Worcester County and his compassion will drive him to apply the law fairly and with understanding. In closing, in conversations I have had with Andrew, we have spoken at length about the importance of being given a chance. It is in the same spirit of these conversations that I respectfully ask this honorable council to give him a chance and to confirm him as the Associate Justice of the Dudley District Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from the council? We appreciate you being here this morning and speaking particularly to the tiered mentorship program.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for joining us. And with that, before we move on, I will just see if there is anyone to speak in opposition to this nominee. And there being none, we will introduce Attorney Abdella. And would you like to start by introducing anyone you've brought with you and then offer your opening statement?
Certainly, Counselor. Thank you. With me here today are my witnesses, Judge Hillman and Attorney Gould, who I'm grateful for. Thank you. And my extraordinary wife, Rebecca Ramirez Abdella.
Thank you. Mr. Abdella, you've prepared a statement?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Please feel free to share.
Thank you, Counselor. Good morning. I'd like to thank the Governor and Lieutenant Governor for having the faith in me to nominate me to this great honor. I'd like to thank Attorneys Ross and Green Petrino for their professionalism and guidance through the process. I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time to talk to me and get to know me. And I'd like to thank the members of the JNC. I'd like to thank my daughters, Isabel and Jasmine, who empower me to be here before you here today. And I'd like to thank my wife, Rebecca, who is without question the greatest person in my life. My name is Andrew Abdella, and I grew up in the city of Worcester. My parents grew up in the city of Worcester. My grandparents grew up in the city of Worcester. My father chose a career in law, and he taught me the law is intended to help people. My mother chose the hardest profession I think of all. She stayed at home with my brother and I when we were young, which could not have been easy. She excelled at this, and after many years of hard work, she earned her college degree nights and had a successful career at Assumption College. I'd like to recognize and thank both of my parents now who I know are watching, who made great sacrifices for me to be here. It's my mother who taught me in life we should show other human beings compassion. I'd also like to thank and recognize my brother, who is a successful high school teacher, a published author, and the best brother you could have. I started my career as an assistant city solicitor in the city of Worcester. I worked there for about 5 years, and I learned my craft in the district court. I started in the small claim session, and I worked my way up. In those areas, I learned that people from our community come to the district court at their lowest moment in need of help. Early in my career at the city, I found myself in one of my first cases, my first depositions, and I was representing a sanitation worker. He'd watched his friend be crushed to death by a commercial mower at Green Hill Park in our city of Worcester. I knew the law, I knew the rules, I prepared for the case, but I didn't know what to say to somebody who'd witnessed such trauma. I relied upon the training my mother gave me. I showed him compassion. I could tell you many years later when I got to the sheriff's department, I found myself in the same seat. I represented a correctional officer in a deposition who had responded to an inmate's suicide. He tried to save the inmate's life, and he couldn't. And he was asked the question that all of us as litigators would ask. He was asked, "Do you remember this event?" It's a natural question. His answer stuck with me then, and it sticks with me today. He said, "I'll remember this event as long as I have a memory." Again, my client needed compassion that day. It is these experiences and many more in between that taught me that in every case between the law and the facts is a human being, oftentimes in need of compassion. When I came to the sheriff's office 10 years ago to be general counsel, I really had no idea what I was getting into. I found myself litigating civil rights cases, medical malpractice, death cases, and hard labor cases with little or no experience, and I had to learn real fast on the job. And learn I did. I learned that many smart, compassionate, hardworking people got up every day in our system, every day to help people, to dispense justice, sure, but to keep people safe, to give people programs to help them change their lives. I learned many of those people got up every morning and came to work with me at the sheriff's department. But I learned something else. I learned that many of the men confined in our facility wanted to change their lives. They could change their lives if just given the right chance to do it. I think that these are lessons well served in a district court judge. In 2017, I was named special sheriff, the administrative head of the agency, which was a challenging job to do along with being general counsel. And one of my responsibilities was to oversee all inmate programs and services. It was hard, but it's rewarding. It was rewarding to start our residential substance use treatment program, the Short Stop program, where men work every day on their addiction and change their lives. It was rewarding to start a manufacturing college level course to help the men in the program have skills and then get jobs when they get released, oftentimes the biggest barrier. But the most rewarding part of this job is to go to the graduations we have, the substance use program, and we have them often, and to hear men rise and say, "I've never earned something like this before. I'm ready to be a father. I'm ready to get a job. I'm ready to go back into society." It inspires me to be here today. Much like I learned in litigation, they're human beings in cases, in a correctional setting for the last decade, I've learned that the men and women in the facility, staff, and the inmates that are so confined behind the bars, they're all human beings. I've been blessed with many mentors in my life, people who saw something in me when I doubted myself and picked me up when I fell down. And for that reason, it's been very, very humbling to work in the tiered community mentoring program. I've learned something in this program. I've learned that kids from our city, all kinds of kids from different backgrounds, they want to know what happens in our legal system. They want to know, but they don't always have access to know. They don't always have a relative or a neighbor or a coach who can tell them. And I've also learned that one person can impact one young person's life, one moment, if they just take the time to do it. If I am fortunate enough to be confirmed by this body, I will take these experiences, my knowledge of the law, and my appreciation for the human element to the district court. I believe this opportunity will allow me to continue to help and mentor people in our system, not just at the tail end, but at the beginning, as well as to ensure public safety by offering supports for those who need it and holding those accountable who need to be. I'm humbled to be before you today, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Abdella. We're going to go through the council for any questions on the nominee, and I will start with Councilor Joseph Ferreira this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you and I spoke for a while, a couple of weeks ago, and I certainly appreciate your time. I do have a couple of questions for you. Tell me about your experiences. You know, I've read through your resume and what a wide breadth of things you have done. It's incredible. Working for the sheriff's office that brought you to many, many different areas of the law. Tell me your experience. I know you're nominated for the district court. I actually think you could be a nominee for the Superior Court with your resume and speaking to the people I spoke with that just have like great respect for you. So tell me about your experience, particularly with the district court.
Certainly, Counselor. When I began, I actually started in the small claims session, which for anybody who's been in district court, that's where you really see people who are down and out, who are really struggling. I'm pretty sure my first trial was a small claim. So I handled small claims matters. I then began handling a lot of license to carry firearm cases, which for anyone who's handled one, it's like a bench trial in the district court. At the time, the city had a chief who was very strict with licenses. So I was there frequently handling a lot of those. I also appeared a lot at the city in the criminal session on third-party record motions. At the time, the city sort of took a position. We're gonna basically fight these motions. So I appeared a lot in the session on those, and then obviously also defect in the way and injury cases.
Right. Have you tried cases in district court?
I have not.
Okay. My phone has been blowing up. Like I can't even tell you how many calls I got, including one this morning about this court officer academy thing, with all kinds of accusations, to be honest with you. And I was just wondering, in your role as general counsel, did you deal with problems at the academy for deputy sheriffs?
So, Counselor, I can tell you that for 10 years, I've played an active role in the academy as an educator. When I first got there, I asked if I could become involved because I think the most important training that law enforcement officers can really receive beyond, defensive tactics is in a classroom. It's constitutional law. It's protected class harassment. It's important legal principles. I can tell you in my time there, I have lectured every single academy on these legal principles. And I've certainly never seen anything that has risen to the level of some of these allegations.
Well, that's terrific. I assume that when the people that run the academy have credentials to run academies. What do you look for when you appoint people as directors of the academy?
People with a good temperament. I think it's important that people in an academy realize this is not a hazing process. This is a process for people to learn how to actually do the job. And a big part at our facility about doing the job is diffusing problems. It's speaking to an inmate who's had a bad day or a bad morning and calming him down, helping him get the phone call he needs, rather than accelerating a problem, which could endanger everybody's safety.
One of the resounding themes of the calls that I've been getting over the past 2 weeks involves nepotism and people treated differently at the academy because they have a relative who works for the court officer hierarchy. Do you think that rises to the level of civil rights violations or any kind of constitutional challenges if someone is treated far differently? Maybe one person is thrown out of the academy while the other person gets to sit on the sidelines for a couple of weeks. Does that rise to the level of an actionable event?
I think on a number of levels, Counselor, anytime somebody is treated differently, the conditions of their employment, sure, it could rise to the level of an action. It could be an action in terms of civil rights or any other areas in the law.
That's great. Changing subjects. What do you see in the best programs within the correctional system to reduce recidivism? What's been most successful?
Without question, the residential substance use treatment program we have two of them. And it is close to a residential program as you can have in a correctional facility. It's an all-day, all-evening program where the men in that building are only there because they're in a program. They start with a morning meeting. They meet one-on-one with licensed counselors. They have an afternoon session. They have classes like anger management, victim impact, relapse recovery. And then in the evenings, they're meeting with a mental health clinician, and they are all in it together, working together. And I can tell you, we do track it because it's on a grant, and the recidivism in that program is about half what it is for the rest of the jail.
That's terrific. How many people do you house at once?
So right now, because of COVID, it is a little bit split, but I think at our max capacity between the two programs, it's about 50 men.
That's terrific. I think at the end of the day, and I say this repeatedly, 99% of the people in the house correction are coming back out to society, and we ought to train them, equip them with what they need to be good members of society and active. So that's terrific that you're doing those programs. I see that in your resume. You've done a lot of charity work, meals for the homeless, coats for the homeless, doing all kinds of things to try to make the Worcester County a better place to live. And I appreciate all that you've done. I don't have any other questions. I know some other counselors are going to ask some questions, so I'm going to leave them for them. But I want to thank you for your service to the Commonwealth. I want to thank you for your service to Worcester County particularly, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Ferreira. Counselor Jubinville, would you like to?
Good morning.
Good morning, Counselor.
So let me get out of the way first. I got a call from Sheriff Peter Katusian. Spoke highly of you, Brian DeAndrea, the great clerk of the Worcester District Court. Courtney Price, who was here a couple weeks ago, called me on your behalf. Joe Early wrote a wonderful letter on your behalf. And your two witnesses, Judge Hillman and Kevin Gould, spoke highly of you, and I appreciate their recommendations. Let me ask you a couple of things. Are you aware of the racial report done by Harvard Law School at the direction of Judge Gantz?
Yes, I am, Counselor.
Have you read it?
Certainly have.
So it's certainly out. It certainly pointed out the discrepancies in the amount of minorities that are incarcerated for population compared to people of white people. You must see that in the jail you're in also.
Yes, I do.
So they list a whole bunch, I won't go through them today, I have in the past, of indications of the racism itself, including the racism in the district court. And they were only able to come up with one conclusion as to why all of these things were happening. One word: racism. That, according to the report, is so embedded in our lives, in our state systems, in our court system, that we don't even really know that it's happening because we're so used to things. So if you're a judge in the district court, you're going to have people, minority people, coming before you. All of those people that are sitting in our state prison and the county jails were put there by a man or a woman that was wearing a robe. So they played their part causing what this report said was racism. And I'll include myself in that for being an attorney for 43 years. We grew up in a court system that we didn't even know had these racism tendencies. So one of the things that I have been speaking about is when judges and lawyers, including myself, have asked to see the record of my client. Judge wants to see the record on sentencing issues. Prosecutor wants to see them for recommendations. But it seems to me, it's my opinion, that that has racial tendencies in that process. Because it starts out in the police system on the streets. Minority communities have more interactions with police. They're arrested more for population. So a young man before your court at the age of 25 as a minority is more apt to have things on his BOP, his record. And that's used to punish him more severely than they would if he had no record. But kids that grow up in Wellesley or wealthy towns, they don't have this interaction with police. So when they do something and they're brought into court, they usually have no record. It's a rarity, in my opinion, to see a minority member at the age of 20, 22, 25 that lives in a minority community that doesn't have a record, have something on their BOP. So I was always under the impression that once you did your time, paid your debt to society, that was it. But my opinion is not so much so in our court system. You're punished harsher. You do more jail time. You're not allowed bail the same way that non-minorities get bailed. All because you have a prior record. So what are you going to do if you're sitting on the district court in Worcester where you have a pretty good minority community? How are you going to help in alleviating what this report so vividly points out?
Counselor, it's a point well taken. I think I'd start with checking implicit biases daily and watching from the courthouse. I think in many ways the judge is a leader in the courthouse and certainly can play an active role in making sure that implicit biases are checked. I also think the report brings up that men of color are charged with more serious crimes and receive longer sentences. I certainly think that that aspect of the report is a very good lesson for any district court judge to realize that that is a reality. And I think finally, and most importantly, to diversify our system, I think we need to start mentoring young, diverse people in high school to learn that they can have wonderful careers in our law and be tomorrow's leaders. I think that's important to helping diversify and change the system. I think you have to start there and in the courtroom.
Well, I would certainly hope that you would not be a judge that or adds to this issue of minorities being incarcerated more than non-minorities per population.
Certainly not, Counselor.
I like the fact that you've been in the jails for a long time. A lot of people that come here, well, a lot of people in the system, in my view, that ask a judge to put somebody in jail. Probation officers who ask a judge to put somebody in jail. And judges themselves have never, ever seen the inside of a jail. And you know from being in there what it's like. And I've been to the Worcester House of Correction many times, as in most cases of jails. And it's not a fun place to be.
No, it's not, Counselor.
And I think everybody that is either going to recommend jail time or have the power to put somebody in jail should be made to go through our jails and state prisons. Even spend a night over a jail and see what that's like, because you know and I know it's a terrible night when you're in the jails, especially when you first get there. So I like that fact. Tell me about the mass bar that your witness, Mr. Jackson, indicated you were in the mentor program.
I am, Counselor.
What's that?
So about 4 years ago, I was asked to just speak at an event, mentoring high school kids, community college kids, and law school students from both the Boston area and the Worcester area. I spoke at the event. I was empowered by the kids, sitting at tables with them and hearing about their dreams and how they didn't know anybody who worked in the field. I was asked to participate in more. I was made a mentor. I was put on the committee for the Worcester program. And so each year I have a high school student, community college student, and a law student, and we mentor as a group. So we have activities throughout the year that we go and do. One activity, we bring them to the sheriff's department. We bring them in the substance use program. We show them what happens there. And we have the fellows in the program talk to them about their life and decisions they've made to kind of empower them. And I regularly check in with them, probably weekly, and talk to them when, they don't get a job they want, or they do, poorly on an exam. And for me, I learn as much from them as they do from me. I had people who took a moment and grabbed me and said, hey, you should go to law school. One particular person influenced me to do that in my life. And that person crossed the street to talk to me to say, you could go to law school. And I never thought I could until that person said it. And I've always thought to myself, I can help somebody. I can empower somebody, and it's my privilege to do it.
You've heard of the drug scandals that took place in the Commonwealth?
Yes, I have.
My view is obviously terrible situation. In some ways, I blame myself and other defense lawyers. When I first started in this business as a defense lawyer in drug cases, you always filed a motion to have the drugs examined by an outside expert, a chemist. And you do that just about in every case. But I know a lot of my brothers and sisters kind of stopped doing that after a while. It just didn't seem, we needed to do that. But how wrong we were. Had we been, as a group, diligent in that, we would have picked up on that a lot earlier than we did. So it's taught me that no more trust in the court system. You verify. So you've had a lot of experience with the treatment of opiate addicted individuals.
Yes, Counselor, I have.
Do you think somebody with a heroin addiction has the ability to say no?
No, Counselor.
It seems to me that discretion on behalf of the individual is very difficult to stop. That's why there's so many programs, long-term programs, much like AA for individuals that stopped drinking 20, 30 years ago, still go to AA. The same with the drug addictions. There is no cure. So you're going to have people coming before you in the district court that are on probation, that failed a urine test, drug test. And invariably, majority of probation officers will say, I want jail time. Because a lot of times they're told that by their supervisors. They don't have discretion. Even though they work, are supposed to work with the individual, they don't have the discretion usually to say anything but that. So I hope and pray that if you're on the bench, you're not putting people into jails that you are very familiar with because they failed the urine test or a drug test. More importantly, in my view, is to see what's happened. An individual goes 2 months clean for the first time. That's a tremendous accomplishment. And every addiction program that I've ever read about, been involved with, say that relapse is part of recovery. Not so much in our court system. Not with all the judges in our court system. Many, not many, but a portion of them will put people in jail for that relapse. In my view, because they don't understand addictions. And even though putting the person in jail, even for a few days or a week, causes severe problems in whether he's married, has a job, pays the rent for his family, all those things now are interrupted, which makes it even harder for the person to recover. So I hope and pray and would ask you to consider, unless there's some other issue, but based solely on a recommendation of a failed test, even if it's the 4th failed test. You know, look, okay, does he get any credit for the 2 months he went sober? And then he relapsed. So then he got back and did great for another 2 months. Relapsed. And I don't know how many times with probation, I said, well, he's in a program. The program hasn't thrown him out because they understand addictions. But not so much in our probation system. I think it's more cover your rear end. I ask for jail time, let a judge be the bad guy, or let a judge make the call. So I'd ask you to think about that. Have you ever heard of the term judge shopping?
Yes, I have.
What does that mean to you?
It's when a litigant on either side wants to try to find a forum where they're going to get a favorable judge.
Okay, what do you think of it?
I think it's wrong, and I've never had the ability to do it. I've always been the city lawyer, the jail lawyer who shows up, my case gets called last, and I get up and go. So I think your case is your case, and you go in front of who's there.
Well, wouldn't it be his obligation to see if he could get his case before a judge? Because they're not all equal. Judges aren't all equal.
That is true.
I know judges who have never said the word not in front of guilty. Imagine that.
Can't imagine.
So why would I want my client going before that judge?
I think at the heart of your question is what you really want as a litigator is you want a judge who's fair. And I think your example right there sounds to me like somebody who's not fair to you and your client. And I think it's important that a judge is going to give you a fair shot.
Well, it seems to me anyway, judge shopping is a term used. I agree with you. It's very difficult to do. When I walk into a courtroom with a client and I pick the date and I walk in on that date, I don't know who's in that session. In Worcester, there's maybe 2 or 3 or 4 sessions of criminal going on. I didn't call the clerk's office and say, hey, can you get me this judge, or can you get me that judge? First of all, I don't know who would ever do that, because you could probably get in trouble doing that and you'd look kind of foolish. But so if I'm on for a trial and I go into a courtroom and I see a judge that I know, and people tell me, because we all sit in the asking and we talk about judges. You know, like ball players talk about the pitcher, we talk about you, judges. Lawyer in Worcester, who you probably know well, that I've known well for many, many years, told me one day, he said to a judge, I want a jury trial. The judge called him sidebar and said, well, why don't you go jury waive? And he said, because you're not on the list. Judge said, what list? He said, the jury waive list. When you think about it, boy, if I was a judge, I'd say, gee, I don't want to hear that about myself. That means that people don't really think I'm a fair guy. So I go into a courtroom, I get who I get. And if I'm there for trial, if it's somebody who I think is fair and people say is fair, I jury waive it if I have the facts pattern. But a lot of judges like you to give up that waiver before you even go to the next session. So if you're sitting on the bench and I or another lawyer comes in with his client and says, okay, Judge, we're going to mark it up for trial. And he says, well, is it going to be jury trial or jury waived? My answer is, I can't make that decision now. I don't know who's going to be sitting when I get here. And even if I was fortunate enough to look at a schedule, they're only 30 days. And I say, well, that's a good day. I get there. There's no guarantee that judge is in the session. No guarantee the judge is on duty that day. So some judges, fortunately, fewer than most, ask you to waive that right before you go to the trial date. What do you think of that?
I don't see how you could.
Well, 5 Supreme Judicial Court judges that are sitting right now sat in that chair and said it would be malpractice and ineffective assistance of counsel for a lawyer to waive that important right without knowing what judge you were getting. So when I'm asked in court about it, that's what I say. I don't want to be incompetent and I don't want to have malpractice. So, criminal side, I don't know whether you've ever seen one. There are pretrial conference reports. I guess are okay. I've never thought much of them because you fill them out in 2 minutes. It's especially in the district court. And on the back, it asks you whether you're going to have a jury trial or a judge trial. So I write in, I can't make that decision at this time. Only one judge has asked me about it. I told him what the SJC judges have, and that was the end of it. So I'd like to hear from the lawyer, and I'll tell you who he is later. I'd like to hear from that lawyer in Worcester that if you're on the bench, that you're on the jury waive list. I think it's a feather in judges' cap that lawyers trust them. Have you dealt with probation much at all?
Not as an attorney, no.
I don't know how many people we have on probation, but it's an enormous amount. I would guess 100,000 people in this state. Most of them get no supervision. But when you're a judge and you say, I'm going to put you on probation, at $65 a month probation fee, understand there is no supervision in most cases. And I've had that by probation officers on the stand under oath say that. I haven't supervised them at all. So a person's paying for supervision, he should get supervision. Not getting supervision, then why is he getting ordered to pay $65 a month, which is probably very hard for those individuals to pay? I think we have too many people on probation. I think we have too many people wearing bracelets for an extended periods of time. They're a good tool right near the event or right after the event, like an arraignment, to keep the parties apart if it's that kind of a case. We have people on probation with bracelets for a year, 2 years they're on it. When there's no more issue other than they still have it. So it's a good tool. I think it's overused. Do you ever hear of anybody, any judge locking up any lawyers?
I have heard of that, yes, Counselor.
There's a case in Worcester. Happened.
I have heard of that, yes.
You know what happens when the judge does that?
What's that, Counselor?
Your reputation is ruined. Ruined. No, there may be a special case, but the judge, in my view, loses control of the courtroom when he does that. There are tools you can do. You can call people to sidebar. Call a lawyer in your chamber, tell them what, knock it off or whatever. But I would suggest whenever you're getting to the point where you're getting frustrated, take a break.
I agree.
Get off the bench and relax and have a coffee and come back out. Because everybody watches you up there. And once you do that, that will be your defining moment for the rest of your career. Whenever your name is mentioned, defense bar, and the prosecutors do, that will be what they say about you. Have you ever heard of Alford pleas?
Yes, I have.
So you know something about criminal.
A bit, Counselor.
Yeah,
I read the slip opinions.
yeah, good. What do you think of those?
I think if the circumstances are right and it can resolve the case, and it appears to be the proper resolution, I'd accept it, sure.
We have this thing in the court system where we want everybody to admit they did something. I feel like I'm back in Catholic school. I'm doing the confessional. And I used to make up things that I did. They'd tell me what the penalty was, but I had to make them up. And of course, you'd never tell what you really did. You just make up. So the Alford plea, in my view anyway, is a great tool for the court because sometimes clients say, I didn't do it, but they're facing a trial which they could be penalized for severely. So they say, okay, so much easier when you just leave out that part of the plea where you say, is that what you did? The sentence is the same, the punishment's the same, and it gets the case over with. I think it's a great way to resolve cases in certain circumstances. Nobody gets hurt. As I say, the penalty's the same. I know you have good diplomatic skills because you're a very smart man saying the things you said about your wife. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
nice.
Counselor, and I appreciate her.
And I think if you have, even though you don't have a lot of criminal experience, if you have compassion and common sense, I think that's the most important thing for any judge. Compassion and common sense, especially in the district court. I'd much rather have that in a person than somebody from a great institution that was arrogant and mean. So if you do get on, be kind to the citizens that come before you.
Certainly, Counselor.
They're paying the freight for everybody, including us. We'll treat them good, but thank you for your time and thank you for coming in. And
Thank you, Counselor.
remember one last thing. If you do get on the bench and you retire, you have a retirement party, you'll thank the governors, lieutenant governors, everybody. But a lot of people forget the council that actually gave you the job. We do the hiring, not the governor. So at your retirement party, because I'm going to try to be there, I want to hear you thank the governor's council.
Certainly, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be alive.
Thank you, Counselor Juvenville. Counselor Iannella, I'll call on you next.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on a question that Councilor Juvenville had about judge shopping. I was surprised at your answer, to be honest with you. If I heard it correctly, you were opposed to judge shopping. And I think you said, well, I think all judges are fair. Did I get that right?
You know, Counselor, I think I probably spoke quick and didn't really weigh my words properly. What I meant to say is, I would hope all judges are fair, but I know they are not. And that in my practice, I've never really had the ability to shop. I've just never had that ability. But I recognize that all judges are not fair.
And based upon your assertion, would you now say that judge shopping is something that a lawyer, you know, obviously within the legal limits, should do?
Yes.
And there were, I think it was 3 or 4 present SJC members, justices, who said if a lawyer doesn't judge shop, it's legal malpractice. Just to let you know that. What about, now you have no criminal experience, correct?
Only marginal matters, Counselor.
Okay. And I think Councilor Hurley mentioned that in Worcester, will you be sitting, if you confirmed by the council, that 90% of the cases are criminal cases in the Worcester District Courts. Is that your feeling on that? Is she correct?
I think that's probably a fair assessment.
Okay. Now, what if you have a situation, it's an operating under the influence, okay, and the Commonwealth has to prove the elements of the crime, which they have to do in any criminal case. And let's assume, you know, you live in the Worcester area and defendant, you know, we'll call him A. Defendant A is in front of you, and just reading your local newspaper, you know, this is a bad character, okay? And he comes before you, and it's a bad auto accident, okay? Well, let's say not even an auto accident. This guy's weaving, going all over the road. He's pulled over for operating under. And the Commonwealth, you know, presents the case, and can't believe it. The Commonwealth forgets to put in the element of a public way. And that's one of the elements of operating under the influence. In my years, and I haven't done it in a long, long time, it's been several years, but I started out, I did criminal work. At that point, I would make a motion, if I can recall, for a directed finding of not guilty, because the Commonwealth didn't prove one of the elements of the crime. And at that point, district attorney, assistant DA might say, Judge, I'd like to make a motion to reopen the case because I forgot to do that. I guess in my question is, what do you do under my scenario? The Commonwealth presents their case, they don't mention the fact, and they don't prove that it was a public way. They rest, they're done. And then the defense attorney makes the motion for a directed finding of not guilty. What do you do under that circumstance? And you know this guy's a bad character.
Counselor, I think if the Commonwealth has not met the elements of the claim, I think I would enter the finding.
And what if, excuse me, now what if the prosecutor says, oh, Judge, could I make a motion to reopen my case?
Well, Counselor, as we sit here today, I don't know the standard for that or the law for that, but I can tell you, I would make sure I make a decision based on the case. I mean, based on the scope of the question, it sounds to me, if they have rested and they have not met their elements, a finding should be entered.
Yeah, the problem with that answer is, like I said, initially, my first 4 or 5 years out of law school, I had a lot of these cases. And some judges, like we said earlier, not all, like you said, not all judges are fair. Some judges do this, some judges do that. It's not like you look at a book and you say, oh, they didn't prove the element, case over. I mean, there are some judges, believe me, unless it's changed, the Commonwealth makes a motion to reopen the case. To be honest with you, a few judges will allow it, but some have allowed it. What would a Judge Abdella do?
Again, if the Commonwealth didn't meet the elements, I would enter a finding.
And you would deny the motion to reopen the case?
I think based on the facts as I hear today, yes.
Okay. What about continuances? What's your feeling? Now, you generally work in the public sector, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
So you're unfamiliar with, like, say, Counselor Juvenville and Counselor Kennedy, who do criminal work. Well, I'll put myself in that. I don't do criminal, but I do private work. We all know that you got to pay the rent. You have to pay the secretary. You have to pay the paralegals, the support staff. You got to pay the copier goes down. There's a lot of expenses that, with all due respect, someone like you in public sector, you have no clue. I mean, you're not familiar with that. So what if you have a case where Counselor so-and-so, Attorney so-and-so, I should say, ask for a liberal, are you going to be when it comes to the issue of granting continuances?
Liberal, Counselor.
Okay, let's assume there's a case and the judge before you, okay, Judge so-and-so, there's an order of no further continuances. Now the case is continued to July, 7th, and you're the judge. You weren't there the last 2 times. And Attorney so-and-so says, I need a continuance. This is now the 3rd continuance or the 4th continuance. What are you going to do? And you have that judge before you who said, there's an order, no further continuances. What are you going to do?
I'd continue it, Counselor.
Okay. Well, that's good. I mean, I would hope you are, because, I mean, does it really matter if it's continued a short period of time? I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think so. No, that's good. I'm trying to think if I have anything else to add. You don't have any criminal experience. Do you have any, in the district court, it's 90% criminal, 10% whatever. Do you have any personal injury experience?
Extensive, Counselor.
Okay. And when I talk about personal injury, I'm talking about, have you represented individuals in plaintiffs in an auto accident or slip and fall cases?
Counselor, I've handled many cases like that from the defense perspective.
Yep. Well, that was my next question.
Sure.
And when you say the defense, who did you work for?
So when I represented the city of Worcester for 5 years, there were many auto accidents, many injuries on public property, and certainly there have been many like cases over the last 10 years of the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. But not a
Including
ton. I mean,
deaths.
I'm sure you don't have many slip and fall cases. You may have some, but I mean, how many could you really have?
I've had a few, Counselor.
Yeah. Same thing in the district court. You may have a dog bite case. I'm sure you didn't have any of the dog bite cases, obviously.
No, Counselor.
Yeah. And even with all due respect, auto accidents, I'm sure you had some, but you're not handling a busy personal injury lawyer would handle in Worcester, because there's so many accidents. I mean, how many involved a Worcester motor vehicle? I mean, there's only so many you can have.
I can tell you, Counselor, there were a lot more auto accidents for the city than there are for the sheriff's department, for whatever that's.
Okay, okay. Um, and my last question is, now you find someone guilty. What is a Judge Abdella gonna do when he has a decision to make between incarceration or rehabilitation? Give me your philosophy in what you might do. And I know it depends on the crime and the record, but I just want to get a sense where you come from.
Counselor, my philosophy is rehabilitation, that the system should aim at preventing people from committing crimes. Obviously, with some of the other ads you said, depending on the crime and the facts, but my philosophy is I believe in rehabilitation.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, and I thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you very much,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor Iannella. Attorney Abdella, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay, this hearing is back to order, and we will go to Counselor Marilyn Devaney for questions.
Hello,
Hello, Council.
nice to see you again. Thank you for all the time that you afforded me, and it was well over 4 hours. I first want to say that if anyone meets you, they'll like you. You have a great personality and you're very engaging, and I do want to say that up front. Now, I always ask the nominees the journey here, and it's an interesting thing for people to know. And I like to inform people in Zoom land how the process works. The sitting governor appoints 21 lawyers with the awesome responsibility of getting the applications, deciding who is going to get an interview, who is not, and then ultimately recommend that person to the governor, to the bench. So I have not been getting direct information or correct information when I say, because I've been looking at applications for 21 years. And it's not a big deal, but they are adding questions. And when I have brought that up, they said, oh, no, we're not. But I'm not going to go into all of them. I'm just going to point out that you have 2 questions here that are similar that they have added. So I just want to say that, but I'll get to that afterwards. So tell me about your process. You went to the JNC. Now, we're the 21 lawyers who have this awesome responsibility to appoint, to nominate to the governor. How many were there?
Counselor, it was during the pandemic, so there was a large screen on Zoom.
Sure.
I was nervous, so I can't give you an exact answer, but I would estimate on the screen there were 12 to 14. There was 1 member in person present, and maybe 1 to 2 staff members present.
Well, you hit the jackpot. You got the most that we've heard. Usually it's 8 or 10 or whatever. And so the reality is, and I'm not pointing to you, but I'm pointing to the system, that there are sometimes 8, 10, 11 or more of these lawyers who have the responsibility to recommend someone for a lifetime position who never met the nominee, who wasn't at the hearing, didn't call, didn't talk, didn't investigate. And so that's what I'm left with. And I say this publicly because I want people to know there's a misinterpretation of what the governor's council role is. We only have 1 person to vote yes or no. That's all. Okay? We don't even know how many even applied, or how many they rejected, or how many were interviewed. So I want people to know that, because I think they think that we have all of this, that we have a bunch of resumes and we choose or something, but that's so far from the truth. So, okay, so now I want to go back to what Council Hurley said, because I think it was very important when we look at the Worcester Court and has the majority of criminal cases. So what have you been doing to get yourself up to being on the bench and hearing criminal cases? What have you done?
So, Counselor, I continually read the slip opinions each day of new cases that come out affecting new areas of criminal law. I've certainly read and brushed up on the rules of criminal procedure to have an understanding, and consulted different reading materials just to start preparing myself.
Yeah, I'm concerned because, I just think of an attorney in their law practice who's never really had had criminal cases, maybe a few or none. And I'm concerned if that person would be able to make the right decisions or be timid about it because they've never really had criminal cases. So I just want to say that. Now, the other thing is, in looking at your application, and I said it to you personally, and I'm going to say it, I'm going to say it publicly, and I don't mean in any way to be demeaning, but I have never seen an application like this before. Usually I can read it and I can understand what the case was, but it doesn't flow like that. And, that it was a very major case and, and and that's about it. It's like two-liners and that, that really doesn't tell me too much. And we did talk a lot about things, but okay, so now you graduated from law school 2006?
Yes,
Okay. 2 months later, you started as an assistant solicitor.
yes.
And so primarily, your cases were, what were they? They were violations of carrying a weapon, this kind of thing, right? Right? Tell me that basically, I mean, you just jump in and they gave you some major cases just out of,
No, Counselor, I started off in the small claim session. I then worked my way up to handling, I think what you're referring to is license to carry firearm appeal matters, which is a full hearing in the district court. From there, I then started working on personal injury, defect in the way cases. So no, I did not start, right? And then towards the end of my 5 years there, I started working on more substantial cases, police cases, construction cases, bigger cases towards the end.
now, when you were appointed in 2017 as a county sheriff at the Worcester County, no, I mean, I'm sorry, special,
Special sheriff, yes,
yeah.
Counselor.
Okay, so you went to court once a year? This is what it says. It says here. Well, it says you started out, so many times a year when you first started out, and then 6 times. And then what happens when you are the special sheriff? Do you go to court?
Counselor,
you-
that role was in addition to being general counsel. So the role of special sheriff did not require me to litigate, but general counsel did. So I still have an active caseload right now. I still litigate significant cases and I still do go to
So
court.
you go to court?
Yes, I do.
And how often?
From time to time. I mean, I couldn't give you an exact answer. It's certainly been different this past year with the pandemic.
Oh, no, I understand that. I understand that, but I'm looking at your history, and I have to say, I have never seen anything like this, that you've had 2 employments and asking to be a judge. You have been an assistant solicitor in a city hall, and you have worked for the sheriff's department. And that's, let me say it's unique, because we don't see that. Did you consider being a clerk magistrate?
I did, Counselor.
And what was your feeling? Oh, well, first of all, your father was a judge. Did you always feel that was your goal?
No, Counselor, I didn't.
Okay. So you thought about clerk magistrate, and tell me about that.
Counselor, I applied for a clerk magistrate position, I think in 2018.
I don't see that here in your application.
I believe the question on the application is, have you applied for a judicial nomination for a judgeship?
Oh, so you felt you didn't have to put that in. Wow, I'm surprised. So 2018, tell me about that process. You applied for clerk magistrate.
Yes, Counselor.
Okay. For Worcester?
Dudley, Counselor.
Oh, Dudley. Oh. Okay, no, I know where that goes. Okay, so you applied for Dudley. Tell me about the process. Did you get an interview?
Yes, I was fortunate enough to get an interview, yes.
And then what happened?
I didn't make it any further from there, Counselor.
Yeah. My colleague did, though. But anyway, that's another story. So, all right. So, yeah, I mean, I really like you. And I think that you have the compassion that I look for and you have the personality. And I do want to say, and this is the JNC, which they say they don't change questions, but I tell you they do. Okay, so there are two questions that they have had that they put here that are the same question. They're asking you the same question.
Could you
Okay.
reference the number of the question?
Excuse me,
I'm asking
excuse
Counselor,
me.
could you tell us what
Um,
the number of the question is?
Uh,
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
All right, I appreciate it, but please go through the chair. Thank you.
Through the chair, could Counselor Devaney tell us what number she's referencing? What questions?
Counselor
Okay,
Devane?
you know what? I had it. Okay.
It would be helpful.
Give me a second and I will find it because I know it well and I don't think I marked it. It was asking about hobbies. That's what they put in, and they have two questions asking the same. And one of them is 57. And the first one is that they duplicate, that they put these two things in, is 51, Counselor, and 57. I will read it. It says, list any activities or organizations in which you have participated to a significant extent in the last 5 years. If you wish, prior to the last 5 years, in the order of their interest, importance to you. For each, specify the dates and nature of your involvement, estimate the number of hours devoted, whether weekly, monthly, or annually, describe any major accomplishments in which you played a principal role, and provide the name and contact information for persons knowledgeable about your involvement. And you responded, the most significant activity I have participated in over the last 5 years has been having the privilege of being a parent, along with an extraordinary wife or our two young daughters. I think that's wonderful. I think it's wonderful. Okay, so it's a hobby. You consider that a hobby. Now we'll look at 57. JNC put another question that's the same. List any hobbies or vocational interests that you have that do not already appear in your answers to private questions in the order of their interest to you. The greatest rewards in my life come from the blessing that is my family. My wife, who is my partner in this world, has been my best friend and supporter. Our two children are amazing gifts that give me daily inspiration. I'm going to tell you, your wife is blessed. You must have a wonderful family life and relationship. I just wanted to point that out because I have brought this up about the JNC that they're adding things and they refute, they say they don't, and I'm just pointing it out. So thank you, Counselor, for having me address the numbers that you can look at. So continuing, I'm looking at the first 5 years, you appeared in court 2 to 4 times per month. Then the next 5 years, it was once per month. And now in the past 3 years, you've appeared in court 6 times a year. We're looking at a judgeship. I mean, I really think you would be a great clerk magistrate. I think you're a good person. And I'm really struggling with this because I like you and I met with you and you have the personal attributes that I look for. I look for empathy. I look for compassion, and you have it. But when I know there are many lawyers who are rejected, don't get an interview, or if they do, they're rejected, 25, 30 years as a lawyer. Now, in your 14th year, oh, tell me, when did was 2018 when you said you applied for clerk magistrate?
I believe, Counselor.
Okay. So that was in your 11th year of being a lawyer. So now in your 14th year, you decided that you could be a judge. And I'm concerned because there's a lot of people in their 50s who have life experience that they're bringing, besides legal experience. And it's an awesome responsibility for governor's councils to make a decision. You don't make a decision because this man is so good. He's a family man. He's honest. He's good. Everybody likes him, and everybody does. I got a call from Brian D'Angelo. He is a neighbor of yours too, clerk magistrate. I want to mention that. So, you know, and when I look at your cases, I don't see very much experience as a sole counsel. You have been a lead counsel. Now tell me, how many people, when you are the lead in a case, how many people work with you on that case? Or you work with them?
Counselor, for the past 10 years of the Sheriff's Department, I've been the only attorney assigned there, and all the matters that I put down from there, I've been the only attorney litigating.
But when you put lead, what does that mean? What does junior counsel mean? That you had cases as a junior counsel?
So, Counselor, earlier in my career, I've worked on cases with more senior counselors at the attorneys at the city who were the lead counsel. They would be the architect of the case. They would be in charge of overseeing it. As a junior counsel, you would be assisting them in the case. You'd be examining a witness or two in the courtroom. You'd be helping with other matters. You would be litigating, but not in charge of the case.
Okay, let's talk about your cases. And they're asking you to state the approximate number of court cases you have tried to conclusion. And you have said that you were sole counsel for 5 trials. And that's in your legal profession, right?
Yes.
5 trials. What criteria do you think a counselor, governor's counsel, should use in determining if someone should be a judge? How many trials do you think that person should have?
I don't know that I could say there's a number, Counselor.
So, you know, it's not an easy task, I'll tell you, and I am struggling. But I'm thinking of the people who have been rejected 25 years, have been, you know, in court 3-4 times a week, and they can't get this job. They can't get it, okay? We saw the Dudley Court. I know why you didn't get it. Sometimes politics comes into play, and they jump the line. And it saddens me because we lose so many good lawyers. And we have lawyers that won't even apply. They won't apply after they see, you know, someone, you're 44 years old, 30, how many years? 26 years? You'd be a judge. So, you know, I'm really looking at these cases, you know, talking about defending the chief of police and all of that, because basically your job has been representing the sheriff, some inmates, the inmates, and everything that has to do with the sheriff's department. In the city hall, you were given cases. So I am struggling, and I can't be more honest. I really can. And I was with you when I met with you too. I said that because I've been looking at applications for 21 years, and I've never seen anyone applying, being appointed, nominated to a judgeship, working in a sheriff's office and in a city department. So, you know, you have a lot of confidence, and I see that in you. And when I met with you, and, you know, People can learn on the bench. But what made you change from your interest in a clerk, magistrate, to a judge? How did you make that leap?
Counsel, when I did not progress past the interview, it forced me to take a look into myself and ask myself, okay, what is it I really want to do? And when I looked at the things that I was involved in my role at the Sheriff's Department, I got a lot of fulfillment out of being involved in our rehabilitation programs. And it forced me to kind of think about what is it in our system that can help? What is it that can change? And it's really the judge. And you asked me earlier about my father. It's not my father who inspired me to be a judge. If anything, him being a judge caused me to think it was something I couldn't do. It was working at the Sheriff's Department and working in our program and seeing the men change their lives. That's what sparked the passion inside of me.
I see. And, you know, you've done good things. And I like your involvement in things. And you've taught 3 years in a college. You taught a course. I mean, it's 3 months. You had a course for 3 months. So you have got involved in different ways to expand your knowledge. And, you know, and when I'm looking at your cases, sick time abuse, refusal to obey supervisor's directive, you know, all I can say is that I am going to pray over this, I'll tell you, because it is the most unique, I'm going to call it unique, application that I've ever seen in 21 years. And I know in my district, so many, 25, 30 years in court, 3 or 4 times a week, and mostly criminal cases, and then they have civil. And they make great judges. And you came through, and good for you. I think that's great. But, you know, I think it's great that you have had that experience in prison to see it as, in my little way, I have too. I have gone in, I'm not a lawyer, but I have gone in, and I see it. And I've gone to drug court, and I've gone to parole board. So I try to get myself up too, to look at what I've had. And I look back at the people that I have voted for judges. And they've had hundreds of cases and trials going to the district court. And the district court, they always say, is the people's court. And I really like you. And I think, you know,
Thank you, Counselor.
but I have to weigh this and look at this application. And you're a wonderful father, husband, you know, you wish, I wish all fathers were like you, and we wouldn't have all of this, what's happening that we see in the world. They're killing their children and horrible things. But I really, I have some questions. And I think, again, I think that Council Hurley has brought up a very good point. You're going to Worcester. You're not going to Dover, you're going to Worcester. And we know the heavy load of criminal cases they have there. And you're going to learn on the bench. And I know you will be appointed. You will be voted by this council. No one has ever been denied a vote in the Baker administration. So that's a given. So I mean that, and I don't mean to be Pollyannish. I'm going to look at this and again, as I have, and I will make a decision for next week. It was such a pleasure meeting you. I really, really, I can't think of a better, kinder person and good living man and family man. And your daughters are so lucky to have you.
Thank you, Counselor.
And I know as a mother of 2 daughters and 2 sons, there was a special relationship that my late husband had with his daughters. And a mother doesn't get involved in that. that's a special relationship that you'll have all your life. So with that, I'm rambling and it's just, and I usually don't, but it's just an example of what I am going through. I have read your application 5 times. I have gone over it. I'm not even taking up some of the things. But anyway, I think I've completed my time.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Kennedy, do you have any questions?
Okay, you get the issue?
Yes, Counsel.
Everybody
Counselor.
thinks it's a little light.
Counselor, microphone.
I think everybody thinks it's a little light. There's no question about it. So I'm gonna go through some of your experience and I'm gonna ask you what you can say that'll put people at ease. But before I do that, I want to touch something of the judge, that Counselor Jubal touched on. Are you a jury waived judge? Are you on that list?
I would hope so, Counsel.
Now, you spent all your career either in the Worcester Law Department or the Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes, Counsel.
And you refer to a number of types of cases you did as general counsel. And looking at your resume, you indicated that you handled employment actions. Was that in court or was that in other arenas?
Both, Counselor. So I've handled employment actions in court and in trial. And I've also handled, tried a number of labor arbitrations at the American Arbitration Association. So both.
Okay, good. And arbitrations are similar to a trial.
The bench trial.
Done a
Yes.
number of them myself, you know. Not quite the same rules of evidence, but
Which can make it tougher.
and sometimes, yeah, sure. Okay, so the ones that you've handled in court, were they in Superior Court or District Court? Or both?
I've had 3 employment trials in Superior Court.
Okay, with the jury trials?
Yes, sir.
Were you lead counsel on those?
I was lead counsel on 2 and I was equal co-counsel on the first one.
And they were in Worcester Superior Court, I assume?
Yes, they were.
Who's the judge?
So the second and third were Judge Frenier. First judge escapes my mind right now.
Okay, fair enough. And they went right to verdict? They didn't settle?
Judge Christina Roach, I'm sorry. The first trial, there was a
Tough
direct,
judge to try a case in front of. Judge Roach.
she was very tough and very fair. She
Very
directed,
fair, but she holds you to it.
she certainly did. She directed a verdict in our favor at the close of evidence. In the other 2 trials went to jury.
Okay. Went to verdict?
They did, yes.
Now, how long were they? 1, 2, 3 days?
I would say the first one was probably a couple days, 2, 3. The second one was longer. I want to say 3, 4. And then the last one was a bit quicker, maybe 1 to 2.
You know, we put a lot of judges on that have come out of big law firms. They call themselves litigators, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but they do a lot of litigations, they do a lot of depositions, they do a lot of pretrial motions. They don't do a lot of trials. It's just the nature of what they do. And then they become Superior Court judges. They handle the business litigation sections, complicated type cases. And many of them didn't have that much experience that you just described. And we haven't got there yet in terms of where you're at. Okay, so medical malpractice cases, very complicated cases.
Yes,
Those were malpractice cases brought against the Sheriff's Department for medical treatment received while people in their custody.
yes.
And my experience, my own clients over the years is, and it's something I've raised a number of times, both about the Department of Corrections and the various sheriff departments. They don't get the best medical care in the world.
No, they don't.
So how many medical malpractice cases have you handled for the sheriff?
Counsel, I've probably been involved in a dozen med mal cases ranging from, injury to death.
Okay. And they never sent them to outside counsel for defense? Always handled in-house?
So I have always handled in-house any public employee. So for a period of time, the nurses were public employees. I represented them.
Right?
There will be private outside defense counsel for, say, example, the doctor who
A
has his
doctor
own
who's
policy.
on contract with you?
Correct.
Okay, so, did any of those go to trial?
Not on my end, no.
Not with the nurses? Okay, but, with the doctors they may have?
Yes, I believe they have.
So did you actually try any medical malpractice cases?
I have not, no.
And the depositions related
Any.
to them?
Many depositions, many motions.
And when they didn't go to trial, it means they settled.
They either settled or they were disposed of in a dispositive motion.
Personal injury cases. Not many people have tried personal injury cases. Not many lawyers have. Have you tried any of those?
No, Counselor.
You handled a number of them?
Many of them, and most of them have settled.
Most of them do anyway.
Somebody's hurt.
And you have experience in appellate work. How many appeals have you handled?
Counselor, I've probably handled 20 appellate matters. I've had 5 oral arguments before the appeals court and a number of published opinions.
Ever the SJC?
I have handled a matter before the SJC that did not go to argument, so I filed a paper before.
You don't
them.
want to go before them anyway. So you've handled a number of appeals at the appeals court?
Yes, I
10,
have.
5 of them? So are you familiar with the rules of evidence?
Yes, I am.
And you would agree with me that the rules that would apply to a civil case, most of them would also transferable over to a criminal case.
Yes,
Obviously, there are other implications with the criminal case that involve people's constitutional rights, where that some different rules would apply.
yes.
Like the firearms appeals, were they actually trials or hearing? You said they're similar to bench trials. Aren't they really just an oral argument more than anything else?
No, Counselor, you do an opening, you put on witness, or at least the way we did them, or I did them. You
Okay.
do an opening statement, each counsel, you'd put on witnesses, you'd introduce documents, there'd be cross-examination, there'd be closing, and then you'd have to file findings of fact and rulings of law.
You said you've done, you started out in small claims. Did you do small claims bench trials or small claims jury trials?
It was a bench trial.
Again, then you were the defendant in those,
Yes, I was.
so you could have removed it to a jury trial, but for
Correct.
one reason or another, you chose not to?
Correct.
Okay, now, just to go over a couple of other things, do you think there are too many people in jail right now in the Worcester County House of Corrections?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
I think most people who are there suffer from addiction, they suffer from trauma, and they have undiagnosed or untreated mental health conditions, and that's really at the root of what has caused them to get there. And I think that while we certainly have programs that are helpful, they don't reach everybody. And I think the real root is figuring out why they're committing the crime and solving that. So yes, I think there are a lot of people who probably shouldn't be there.
Are you familiar with people that are held under 58 days as dangerous?
Yes, I am.
Think that's an overused tool?
I have heard that it has increased quite a bit in its use. I can say that.
Well, you interact with some inmates in the jail, right?
Yes,
Do you interact with people that are held as dangerous?
I do, sure.
Do you see some of them and say to yourself, what's this person doing here? They don't belong here.
Sometimes I do, Counselor, sure.
Hmm?
Yes, sometimes I do.
Are you saying, why did some judge decide this guy should be held pending trial? Don't you ever see that?
Yes.
So, how many times did you say you see that?
It's hard to put a number on it, but I can tell you my experiences with incarcerated people have always been kind and respectful. I think that has been my experience. I've never had an experience with somebody there who I have felt like I'm in danger or they're a danger. I've always had positive experiences.
Okay, well, district attorneys across the state are filing 58 A's in almost every case where there's an allegation of domestic violence. They're filing them in almost every case where there's a third or fourth offense OUI, even when the other ones may be 20 or 30 years old. Okay? They're filing a lot of revocations when people may pick up a minor charge while they're out on bail. And a lot of judges lock them up. Are you going to be one of those judges?
No, Counsel.
Because the prosecution asks that, this guy, he's out on a domestic and he picked up an operating after suspension, that his bail should be revoked?
No, Counsel.
Have you seen that in the Worcester House of Corrections where people are locked up for minor charges on bail revocations?
Absolutely.
You think they belong there at that point?
No, I don't.
You've been involved in, as you alluded to earlier, a number of, referred to as incarceration services in your resume, incarceration release services. Can you explain that a little bit in terms of what the Worcester County House of Correction does as they're letting inmates out?
Certainly, Counsel. So we have a team of people who are meeting with the fellows before they get released, 60 days, 30 days, 10 days before their release, meeting with them and coming up with a release plan. Where are you going to live? What's your status for health insurance? Do you need to get your driver's license? Do you have anything lined up for employment? How about aftercare treatment in terms of substance use, mental health, so on and so forth? Do you need any psychiatric medications called into a pharmacy for you so you have a refill when you get out there? What pharmacy is closest for you? So that is sort of how our reentry process functions in the Sheriff's Department that I oversee. And then we also have a center for after incarceration. So when people have been released, they can go to this office and they can get help. They can help writing resumes. They can get help looking for jobs. They can help getting their driver's license. Any other just kind of basic things they need help
You
with.
mentioned driver's license a number of times. You would agree that that's an important thing for a person to have in
Critical,
order to get a job and get rehabilitated.
critical, sure, yeah.
Think the registry pulls it too much on people for,
I can say this, I think it's really tough for people who get out to get their driver's license for a number of reasons. I think it's tough. And I think that puts them in a tough position to go to treatment, to get a job, and to meet all their obligations.
you talked about, found it interesting that you make sure that they have the right medications as soon as they get out, whatever they need. My experiences with clients of mine that have gone into jail, they don't get their medications right away when they go in there, whether it's psychological medications they may need or heart medications. I've had to bring them before a judge and say they're not giving him his heart medication, because it takes him so long to see a doctor. How do you address that in the Worcester House of Correction?
I think that can lead to horrendous results.
Absolutely. I've gone back in front of judges.
And
I've called the sheriffs to task on it.
I can tell you, Counselor, within my first couple of years there, because of the medical malpractice caseload I inherited and the concerns I had, we brought in a private medical provider because I had concerns from a legal perspective for these types of issues.
Well, from a human perspective.
Well, unquestionably, and from a human perspective, at times I am actually the person that an inmate will write a letter to and say, sir, I met you. I'm not getting this and I need help. And my first move is to call the person in charge of the medical department and say, hey, I got a letter. I want to know what's going on with this guy. And sometimes I'll get a call from the defense lawyer, very similar.
Okay, so, you did a great opening statement here today. I want to compliment you on that.
Thank you, Counsel.
I felt like I was a judge sitting in front of a lawyer listening to him. I think that says a lot about you in terms of your skills and abilities. I think you've given a lot of the right answers today. I hope they carry over if you're confirmed. You gave a lot of the right answers to everybody who's asked you questions so far. You are definitely light on experience. I was looking at when you graduated law school and calculating in my head that when you graduated law school, I'd been a lawyer for about 24 years. I think Counsel Jubenville had been a lawyer for probably over 30 years at that point when you graduated. So it naturally would cause us some pause, especially when you haven't had a lot of criminal experience. And that's something that's what our job is. So I hope you don't take offense to the fact that people call you on that. Because it's important that we do that. It's not that necessarily that we're going to vote against you because of that, because we want to make sure that you, frankly, you have what it takes. I think you do.
Thank you, Council.
Based on your answers today and the conversations I've had with you on the phone. And I've got a lot of phone calls about you, positive phone calls, and frankly, no negatives. And I think that sometimes we get negatives. That says a lot. I'm all set. Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Counselor Kennedy. Counselor Hurley, would you like to address questions to the nominee?
Um,
Are we having difficulty accessing Counselor Hurley?
I'm having a bad day accessing. I don't know quite how to get back to where I was. So if you could pass me for now, I'm gonna have Adam call me and walk me through how to get back to where I was.
Okay, sounds good. We want to get you on clearly. So we'll go to Counselor Duff. Would you like to address questions to the nominee?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chair. I just do want to make note of the time because we're breaking in a few minutes for the LG. Is that true?
That's true, Counselor. We're the Lieutenant Governor is en route. So if you'd like to
Okay.
start your questioning, we can break in the middle, if that's okay with you, or
Oh,
depending
no,
on
that's
time
perfectly
you-
fine. I just wanted to make you aware in case you wanted the option to delay it a little bit. But no, thank you so much. Attorney Abdella, how are you?
I'm well, Counselor. How are you?
Let me change my layout so I can see better. I'm well, thank you for asking. So, some of the things that have been brought up are things that I spoke to you about, and we knew these were going to be questions, and that's fine. You're very young, and you have different experience than what we see some people as having had. I I try not to go into these hearings with any prejudice. And I'd be a liar if I said that's not always possible because, we do all have our own inherent thoughts and things. But I found you to be very interesting, not just in reading about you, but hearing about you. I was contacted by some of the same people as other counselors, but I was contacted by somebody else, and I'm not going to tell you or anyone else who it was, but it was somebody very, very unusual, who I said spoke very highly on your behalf, and it was a little bit stunning to me, to be frank, because it wasn't something I expected. But I'd like to talk first with you because I do have a lot of things I want to talk about. I want to speak first to you about the MBA mentoring program. As you know, I have a great interest in this program, and I've watched many people come through this process that you are in right now who have been very active in it. Can you share with us how, I mean, you told us a little bit about, your experiences in it, but why did you get in this? And
Sure,
you may
Counselor.
have said that, but I don't recall hearing that particular thing. So if
Oh,
you,
sure. I was asked to speak at a networking event, sort of last minute. They needed a speaker. I didn't really know much about the program. And I came to the event and I really didn't know a lot of people there. And part of the program was to speak to the young people about, how they can sort of find their career paths. And so when it was my turn, I chose to talk to them about dreaming about doing something special with their lives and dreaming about doing something that's going to fulfill them. And it was probably as powerful for them as it was for me. After the speaking portion, we broke down into tables and we sat down and chatted with the students, and we'd move from table to table. And I quickly learned that the students were so sharp and so smart and so bright of light, but they had very little access to anybody in our system. And so when the event was, one particular student really struck me. He was the captain of the football team at Burncoat High School in the city of Worcester, really sharp young man. And he told me his dream was to be a Worcester police officer. But I said, that's fantastic. I said, okay, so now we got to find a police officer you can talk to and meet and learn about the job and learn about kind of the path to get there. And he told me, he said, I don't know anybody who's a police officer. I said, you don't know anybody, you know, nobody on your street, your neighborhood? He said, sir, I don't know anybody. And so after the program, I asked the attorney who oversees it in Worcester, Jeff Spofford, I said, can I be a full-time member of this program? Can I be involved? Can I be a mentor? And can we set up the next career networking event together? And can I help get people from the community to come and talk to the students? And he said, sure, I'd love to have you. And that is sort of how I got involved. And then from there, one thing we started doing was bringing the program into the sheriff's department, into our substance use program, to have the inmates in the program talk to the students and have them talk about their addiction and their life path and sort of inspire the students and have the students inspire them. From there, I started mentoring students. And it taught me that we can help somebody in a moment. It can be a phone call, it can be an email. And I've been privileged to have that opportunity, and it's something I want to do as long as I can do it.
Attorney Abdella and Counselor Duff, I'm going to pause right there. We're going to hold a recess for our assembly with the Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, sir.
I'm back.
Have everyone? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I call our assembly to order, and I recognize Councilor Devaney for our prayer and pledge today.
I'm going to sit so I can be in front of the mic. Lieutenant Governor, throughout the country, we have seen good police officers being killed when they're addressing a traffic stop or a call for a domestic violence. And I have attended many of those Massachusetts heartbreaking funerals. But I want to say it's because of the bad guys in the other states who should have never been given a badge or a gun, and they kill people. And we have good police officers are being punished all over the country, including Massachusetts. So I just wanted to preface that with my prayer. On May 15th of this week, we recognized National Police Day. We join in prayer to express our gratitude to all police officers across the country, to our local communities. Almighty God, keep our police officers safe from harm. Allow these officers at the end of their shift to go home to their families. We remember and we pray for those police officers, our heroes who gave their lives, who were killed while protecting us. Dear God, we seek your intervention against the increasing violence and senseless killing of our police officers. We offer our prayer for those who lost their lives so tragically. Embrace those families and friends who mourn. May your presence bless and console them. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag.
The United States of
States of
America,
America,
and to the republic for
for which it stands,
stands,
One nation.
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor, and good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I recognize Counselor Kennedy for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So moved, Governor.
Second,
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I recognize Counselor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
So moved, Governor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 I recognize Counselor Ianella for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Honor Siegel to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
Thank you. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Second. May begin the roll call.
Counselor Hurley,
yes.
Counselor Pereira,
Yes.
Counselor Jubenville,
Yes.
Counselor Devaney,
Yes.
Counselor Ianella,
Yes.
Counselor Duff,
Yes.
Counselor Kennedy,
Present.
Counselor DePalo.
Yes.
Thank you. That concludes our business today.
Lieutenant Governor, I have a statement. And before I read it, I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me to address questions to the Lieutenant Governor and for her response. And I am respectfully asking District Councilor 8 to refrain from making comments after I do this. This is my question to the Lieutenant Governor. Thank you. Dear Lieutenant Governor Polito, I am submitting this letter to be placed on the record of this public assembly on May 19, 2021. It is the norm when I ask a question about governmental procedure, I am ignored, the gavel is used, and the assembly is over. I believe it is time I documented 2 differing responses I have received from JNC Chair Dacier and Chief Counsel Robert Ross. And for the record, I have great respect for Attorney Ross. You recall going back last year to June 2020. I informed you of the many calls I received from people so shocked, so upset that an outstanding acting clerk magistrate in the Aya District Court, who has been working there 14 years in the clerk magistrate's office, as assistant 12 years, and acting clerk magistrate over 2 years, and was not allowed an interview for the clerk magistrate position. Last year in June 2020, I sent letters to Governor Baker, no response. To the Lieutenant Governor, no response.
Daniel
To
Amendola.
the Chief Legal Counsel Attorney Robert Ross, no response. To the Deputy Counsel Lauren Green Patrigo, no response. And Judicial Nominating Commission Chair Dacier. Mr. Dacier sent a 1-sentence response. He told me, see the governor's attorney. The callers all told me how kind and helpful Attorney Lennon was to everyone working in the court. How empathetic to everyone who came before her. She's smart. She knows the rule of law. When the clerk magistrate retired this past year from the Aya District Court, she, and I will say her name, acting clerk magistrate Jennifer Lennon. She sent in her application in response to the public posting. She received a letter informing her she would not get an interview. Now, nearly after a year, and bring it before you, Lieutenant Governor, repeatedly at public assembly, I received a notice this past week from Chief Counsel Ross advising me that JNC Chair Dacier informed him that he cannot divulge any information according to Mass General Law. How can that be? Mr. Dacier told me last June 2020 to see Attorney Ross about it. So each one now in 2021, in fact, says the other has the authority. Attorney Ross wrote, again, that the chair, Dacier, said he cannot divulge information under Mass General Law. This is not what Dacia wrote me last year. Remember? He told me to see the governor's attorney. Why can't I get straight and honest answers to these questions after asking nearly a year? These are not questions subject to Mass General Law, and I'm asking you, Lieutenant Governor, for your answers now. 1, who made the decision not to allow Jennifer Lennon an interview? 2, who sent the letter to Acting Clerk Magistrate Lennon advising her that she would not get an interview? Please know I have never met, I have never spoken to Jennifer Lennon. She has no knowledge that I have been trying to find justice. There are so many misjustices, but this is the most egregious. I know well that it's not always popular to do the right thing. I am elected by the good people of Massachusetts, and I will continue to represent them in the best way I can. The past practice is when I ask governmental questions, they are not answered, figuring I'll eventually go away. I will not go away as it is hoped. I respectfully expect answers. Lieutenant Governor, those are 2 questions. Who made the decision not to allow Jennifer Lennon an interview? You've had this for a year. You know the answer.
Thank you, Counselor. We will continue to provide you with the appropriate response.
I get the same response all the time. This is not justice. This is going to be in our office an order, and that's what it is. So that's the norm.
You still don't get the fact that when they allow for interviews, they only get to see the
That's the end of this
the
hearing.
first
People can't
part
speak
of
out.
the
It's adjourned.
application, which is blind. You
adjourned.
don't know that this person is an assistant clerk. But they also look for other types of information about involvement in the community, what they have done in their career, and it's got nothing to do with politics.
With that, we will call this hearing back to order. On the matter of the nomination of Attorney Andrew Abdella to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. To make sure we don't have any technical issues, I wonder, Counselor
fixed.
Hurley, I'm sorry?
It's fixed.
It's fixed. Would it be acceptable for you to ask your questions now?
Absolutely. All right,
If that's
thank you.
agreeable to, yes, thank you, Counselor Hurley.
All right, Attorney Abdella, you and I spoke at some length last week, is that correct?
Yes, Counselor.
And at that time, I raised significant concerns about the fact that you had no criminal background whatsoever. And I'm the only one on this council who was a former district court and knows the importance of having education, continuing education, and experience with district court criminal matters. And you don't have any. All you ever said to me again and again and again was, I read slip opinions. Is that correct?
No, Counselor, I did mention that I have appeared from time to time in the motion session.
For Rule 17 subpoenas to protect the police department from having to produce items, isn't that correct?
Some have related to that, yes, Counselor.
And that has nothing to do with criminal prosecution of a case from beginning to end. Arraignment, have you ever done an arraignment in a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
Have you ever done a bail hearing in a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
Have you ever done a pretrial conference in a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
Have you ever done any type of discovery motions in a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
Have you ever done any motions to suppress?
No, Counselor.
Have you ever done any motions for identification of a defendant in a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
Do you even know what doubt is?
On its face, Counselor, I can surmise
Tell me what you surmise.
that it's a motion relative to the identification of an individual.
For what purpose?
I couldn't speak at this moment to that, Counselor.
Because you don't know, because you've never done a criminal case. Is that correct?
I have not litigated a criminal case, no, Counselor.
And you've never done a bench trial on a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
You've never done any jury trials in a criminal case?
No, Counselor.
Have you ever looked at the jury instructions for a criminal trial?
Yes, Counselor.
When?
Probably within the last year, Counselor,
Why?
just to review them.
Was it because you knew you didn't have any background or experience in criminal matters?
No, Counselor.
What was it for then?
At one point, I reviewed them for a particular reason. I can't remember what it was that led me to do that, but I do remember pulling them from the shelf and reviewing them.
And what portion of the jury instructions did you read?
Can't remember at this moment, Counselor.
So was it the jury instructions relative to testimony of witnesses? I did this for 20 years. I can go through every single section of the jury instructions. Give me a general category.
At this moment, Counselor, I can't remember what it was in my office that led me to pull that MCLE off the shelf, but I do remember pulling it off and reviewing something in it, but I couldn't speak to you. I review legal matters all day, day in and day out, so I can't specifically say what led me to pull that volume and what I particularly reviewed, but I do remember doing it.
Other types of criminal books or treatises have you availed yourself of in the last 6 months?
Probably just that MCLE, Counselor.
So you want to be a district court judge, and you know full well that the district courts deal much more often with criminal matters and have sessions going every day involving criminal matters. And you haven't picked up one book? You haven't looked at mass practice series on criminal matters, criminal practice and procedure? Have you looked at any books that have been written on motions to suppress?
Not recently, Counselor.
When? And
I
what
couldn't
were
say
the
it.
titles?
I couldn't say,
What?
Counselor. I couldn't say recently, Counselor.
I thought you just said you had.
At some point in my career, have I read something on suppression? Yes.
I
It was
said
not
within the
recently.
last 6 months. All my questions are having to do with the last 6 months.
On suppression, not in the last 6 months, Counselor.
On criminal evidence, have you read any books in the last 6 months?
No, Counselor.
Have you taken the time to go to a district court and observe the practices and procedures that go on in a district court on a daily basis?
The last time I was in a district court, Counselor, was last year, and because of the pandemic, it was virtual.
Before that pandemic, after you made your application, when did you exactly make your application to become a district court judge?
October of 2019.
Okay, so you made an application to become a district court judge, but you didn't go to a district court to find out what a judge does on a daily basis?
Not for that purpose, Counselor, no.
Have you talked to any people involved in the district court system?
Certainly.
Who?
Counselor, I've talked to a number of district court judges, a number of district court clerks, a number of attorneys, many in this journey, certainly.
Who?
There are many, Counselor, I've talked to.
Who? Who? You're a master at giving general answers. All right? Who?
Counselor, I certainly spoke with Judge Chris Lecanto about the district court.
Okay,
I
he's a friend of yours.
I spoke with
And I
Judge Paul
spoke to him
Lecanto.
too, and he admitted that you had no dealings with criminal court, district court matters. But you were a good guy and you could catch up. Who else?
I spoke with Judge Janet McGuigan.
Okay,
I spoke with Attorney Leonardo Angiulo
about what?
about the district court.
Did you speak to any prosecutors?
I regularly speak with prosecutors, but I did not speak with them particularly about my candidacy.
Or about what goes on in a district court from the point of view of the prosecution? As well as defense counsel?
I did not ask that question for today, Counselor, no.
All right. So let's go over what you have been doing. All of your cases were either in the Superior Court or the Federal Court that you listed. Is that correct?
I believe so, Counselor.
Tell me which one of them had anything to do with criminal prosecutions.
None of them, Counselor.
Right. And tell me which one of them had something to do with, well, let's put it this way. You say, of your practice, specify the approximate percentage of time you spent in each of the following courts. District Court, 35%. What did you do in that 35% in District Court?
Counselor, I started in small claims. I then started to do license to carry firearm appeal hearings. I did personal injury and property damage
right.
cases.
If we go small claims and eliminate that and eliminate whatever else you said after that. In the last 5 years, what percentage of your cases have been in the district court?
I don't know that I could give her a number, Counselor. I would say very few.
Civil or criminal?
I would say very few, Counselor.
But either how many civil?
A couple.
A couple, too. And you applied for a district court job, never really having practiced anything in the district court. And please don't say Rule 17 motions or appeals for denial of a gun permit. Do you know how many appeals for denial of a gun permit I had in 20 years on the bench?
No, Counselor.
One. Do you know how many Rule 17 hearings I had in 20 years on the bench?
No, Counselor.
Two. So honestly and sincerely, I've heard you're a very nice man. I've heard that what you do well. However, what prompted you to make an application to be a district court judge when you've never been in district court?
because I believe I could have an impact.
How?
Through the practice I have had and through the experiences I have had, I believe I could have an impact.
Name the practices and experiences that you have had that make you someone who is competent to be a district court judge.
Counselor, I've litigated many years handling complex cases that require precedent, rules, evidence, procedure, all of the concepts that occur in the district court. I've also had the opportunity
Excuse me,
to be in,
but you don't know what happens in district court because you've never done that in district court. Have you?
I have applied law in evidence in district court. Yes.
What law and what evidence to what matter?
License to carry firearm appeal hearings.
Okay. That's it. That's it?
I've also handled defect in the way cases and personal injury cases in district court.
Do you know how many defect in the way cases I've dealt with in 20 years in the district court?
No, Counselor.
None. None. What other kind of cases?
I believe that pretty much sums up. I've handled harassment prevention orders.
Okay. So you tell me, what are the requirements for a judge to issue a harassment prevention order?
There have to be 3 or more instances of harassing conduct that are willful and malicious, intended to cause fear, and do in fact cause fear. And the Supreme Judicial Court has limited that due to the First Amendment to categories that are either fighting words or true threats.
And contrast that with what is required for an abuse prevention order.
An abuse prevention order requires there to be a substantial risk of harm for somebody in a domestic or family household relationship.
That's it?
The difference, primarily from a statutory perspective, is that 258E was passed to protect those who are subjected to harassing conduct, not in the colloquial sense, but in the legal sense, but do not have a dating relationship or live in a household.
Counselor, we've lost your audio for a moment.
You got me back?
You are back, Counselor.
Okay. So what about fear of imminent serious physical harm? You didn't say anything about that
No, Counselor, I do not.
because you don't know anything about that.
I have not litigated a 209A, but I would consult the guidelines that are used in court.
Do you know how many 209As come into court on a daily basis?
No, Counselor.
You don't have time. You're busy hearing case after case after case. You don't, I think you're too used to the federal and the Superior Court. They do one case a day. They may do 3 motions a day. They don't have to deal, the district court deals with 90% of the cases that are heard in any court in Massachusetts. We are the court that has a huge volume. How many cases do you think were filed in Springfield District Court on average? Just criminal cases,
I don't know,
criminal
Counselor.
complaints. 13,000 a year. You're going to have time to research every issue in every case and consult with this book and that book with no prior experience? You want the citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to pay you $190,000 a year to teach you how to be a district court judge. Because you don't know the first thing about it, do you?
I think we can agree to disagree, Counselor.
Tell me what you know.
I believe I've discussed my experience in district court.
All you've said is you don't have any. Other than minuscule, minor, administrative types of matters. I think you'd make a great administrative law judge. I think you'd make a great employment judge. So you're sentencing someone and they have a 4-page record of domestic violence. What are you going to do when they're found guilty of domestic assault and battery on someone? The jury has spoken. What are you going to, and the district attorney's office asked for 2.5 years in the House of Correction. Stay away, no abuse, whatever. Well, let's talk about sentencing. All right, the maximum penalty for a crime in the district court is what?
2.5 years, Counselor.
All right, and are there other types of crimes where the maximum penalty is less?
Yes, Counselor.
What are they?
I couldn't name all the criminal statutes and penalties, but I know that there are there are statutes with crimes with lesser sentences in the district court.
Okay, give me a category.
Larceny,
What's the difference?
between larceny and what, Counselor?
Larceny does carry a sentence of 2.5 years in certain circumstances. What's the difference?
If it's over a certain amount, Counselor.
What's the amount?
It was always $250. I believe it's changed.
To what?
I don't know, Counselor.
Right. Okay, so let's get back to our defendant. He's got a 4-page record for domestic violence, for assault and batteries. And he's now before you, the jury has found him guilty of a domestic assault and battery. Commonwealth is asking for 2.5 years with 18 months to be served and 5 years probation and conditions: stay away, no abuse of the victim, etc. What are you going to do?
Counselor, I don't know that as I sit here today, I could tell you the sentence that I would think would be appropriate given a particular case with particular facts, with a particular defendant, with a particular history, with particular circumstances. I can tell you I would review what's before me. I would hear from both counsel. I would take a look at the matter and then come out with what I think is fair.
Well, I've given you the facts. You got to make a judgment sometime if you're going to be a judge. Give me your best shot.
Well, counsel, I think I would look at the recommendation. I would look at the underlying crime. And I would also look within the recommendation, what was in there that I thought was going to get at the heart of this kind of conduct.
Okay, so what is it that would get at the heart of this kind of conduct?
Well, based on your fact pattern, it's somebody who engages in domestic abuse. So is this person going to be sentenced and required to undergo treatment for a batterers program? Is the probation department in agreement with the basic concept of the treatment that's going to be required and the conditions required? I think I would draw upon the staff in the courthouse, the facts of it. I would take a look at it and come up with what I think is appropriate.
Batterers counseling. outside of jail or inside of jail?
I don't know, given the confines of the question, Counselor, that I could tell you that right now.
What else do you need to know?
I think I would have to have the matter in front of me. I'd have to have a better understanding than the clean, crisp facts as you've laid out.
Okay. Let me give you some more facts. Facts at the time of trial are that these folks are together, that this is the 4th time he's beaten her up. She had a broken chin or cheek bone. They have reconciled each time before, so now it's 4 times. And he's attended batterers counseling. And as I said, he's got a 4-page record that includes other types of assault and batteries. And defense counsel saying that he shouldn't be sentenced to jail and that he just needs more counseling. All right. Prosecution saying he's had his chances. He's been sentenced to jail before. He's gone through all these programs. He's incorrigible. And the very life of this woman, who obviously is a battered woman, is endangered if he's not put in jail in order to stay away from her for a period of time and a long period of probation. Anything else you want to know, Judge? I'd be happy to tell you. What is your decision, sir?
I think a period of incarceration with a recommendation that he undergo an intensive program in the House of Correction that he goes to, extensive probation afterwards. I would consult with the probation department on what they believe is appropriate in terms of conditions of probation requirements. And I think it sounds like obviously the stay away order and the abuse prevention order would be appropriate.
What about a bracelet when he gets out? You know about the bracelets? You should.
Yes, Counselor. Yes,
Why
Counselor.
didn't you think of that?
I think that was encompassed in saying I'd consult with the probation department and determine what they think is appropriate in terms of his conditions of probation.
Okay. So your wife is a chief probation officer, isn't she?
Yes, she is, Counselor.
Did you ever talk to her about criminal cases?
Good portion of our dinner side conversation is what happens in her district court, what happens at the sheriff's department, and I think as any couple would discuss at the table. Unless, of course, the kids are there. I think they find it pretty boring.
So after talking with her, what do you think is wrong with the probation department? As was suggested by Counselor Jubinville.
Counselor, respectfully, I don't think that my wife's profession or her career is an aspect of my nomination. And I'd be happy to talk about any opinions I have in the law, but I certainly don't think that my wife's profession is before this body.
Well, I respectfully disagree, sir, because in essence, what you talk about with her gives you your only perspective of what goes on in the district court because you don't know. So how you feel about the district court as a result of your conversations with her are relevant and material. So do you think that the probation department does a good job in district court?
Counselor, I think my wife does a very good job.
Do you think, and where is she a chief probation officer? I forgot.
A Fitchburg District Court.
Okay. And what do you think about how the district attorney's office is in district court?
My experiences with the district attorney's office in Worcester County have been very positive.
In terms of what kind of matters?
There are cases, any matters that overlap with the sheriff's department, people we have in our custody, concerns they have, records.
Okay. Nothing about the individual crimes, though.
From time to time, Counselor, we might consult and collaborate with them about an event that happens at the sheriff's department to determine whether or not it satisfies a particular crime.
Okay. All right. And that 10% that you said was in district court was the only two things that you ever did, which was the license appeals, denial of a gun license appeals, and Rule 17.
And defect in the way cases, yes,
Respect in the
Counselor.
way. Okay. All right. And so you applied for judgeship in 2019, and between 2019 and October and today, you've not read one single treatise, nothing in mass practice, which has tons of books involving evidence, burdens of proof, criminal procedure, the crimes, the things that go on in terms of motions to suppress, all the different kinds of discovery motions, all of the different motions that can deal with evidentiary issues, motions in limine, none of that stuff.
No, Counselor.
Yep. Great. So after all of this, what makes you think you deserve to be a district court judge? There have been other people who haven't had a lot of criminal experience or even any criminal experience, but they've spent tons and tons of time reading about the things that they were lacking in knowledge of. They spent time actually going and observing in court as to how the court operates, what goes on in a criminal session, for arraignments, for bail hearings, for appeals from district court bails, motion sessions, jury sessions, jury waive sessions. And you did none of that. Did you?
I did not do those things, Counselor.
I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Hurley.
Thank you, Counselor Hurley. Counselor Duff, would you like to continue your questioning of the nominee?
Can't hear you.
Counselor Duff?
Bad. You text me. You want to go first? I'm trying to put, mix it up.
Counselor Ferreira, perhaps you can mute your microphone, and Counselor Duff, can you, let's see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Counselor
Mr.
Duff.
Chair, thank you. I'm sorry, I was, I had to get off one device and on another because of the technical challenges. I'm looking forward to when I can join you all in person again, which will be, I'm sure, in the next month or so. So Attorney, we were talking a little bit before about our shared interest in the mentor program. And I am a big fan of this program. The knowledge of it came to me actually through some other judges who appeared before us, including Justice Budd. I had a fabulous experience of bringing, well, first of all, I had the fabulous experience of going to Peabody High School, which is, Peabody, Massachusetts. Although I don't live there anymore, I do have to say is the center of the universe, as I let Justice David Lowy know many, many times since he was a year behind me in high school. So Justice Budd also is an alumna, and Justice Lowy and Justice Budd both came back to speak to the students with me moderating a forum with them several years ago before COVID. And you know, my idea had been to expose students to the possibility of achieving greatness in ways that they may not have ever thought about before. Peabody, Massachusetts, to me, is just a typical slice of America. We have some very rich people, we have some very, very poor people, and we have a lot of just regular folks, just regular working class people, a lot of immigrants. We're a city built of immigrants. Many of us, my family included, came for the leather industry. And you know, that industry isn't as thriving anymore, but the immigrants still come. And so having both of those justices speak to these students had such a profound impact, which pleased me. But what shocked me was in a very positive way, was the feedback and the outreach I got from parents telling me how it had profoundly impacted their students, and particularly the students of color. And particularly, there were two that stand out. One is a young lady who was a very good student who had been planning a career more in a vocational line of work. Secretly, she had always harbored a hope to go to law school, but really never thought she'd be able to. And her mother wrote to me and said, Justice Kim Budd, and this was before Justice Budd was the chief, literally changed the trajectory of my daughter's life, and to really make her realize a dream can be realized. And the other one was from a young man of color who was so taken back that a judge would actually listen to him and actually see him, and tell him what his rights are if he gets stopped by the police, and was able to empathize with him as the mother of two boys of color. It was just a profound thing. And so I started doing my own research and how I can do better and do more. And hopefully I'll get some of my colleagues, and I'm sure they'll join me on the Governor's Council to participate in this. So your work on that is important to me, because the fact of the matter is your resume is light on many things that we typically see. But what I am always interested in, and I don't know whether this will mean I'll vote for you or not, but what I'm always interested in is the stuff that cannot be typically quantified on a resume. And those, you know, as you know, because we had a long, detailed, crazy conversation that went in circles many ways around different subjects, and we talked about just about everything. The reason I ask those questions is because I want to know who you are, and I want to know what you will be like if you get to the bench. And I do understand Judge Hurley's points in her facts, and she is an attorney, and she was a judge, and she's a governor's counselor. I approach things a little bit differently. I'm a public policy wonk. I'm somebody who likes best practices a lot. And I like to look at things very differently. And I like to think I'm open-minded. I don't know that I always am. But I also think that you have made me, to be frank, had to really dig very deep inside myself to not be prejudiced against you, for your resume. And so what I want to do is I want to do a little digging I did with you personally right now. And one of those things is I want you to tell me where you work.
Sure, I work at the Worcester County Sheriff's Office.
In the jail.
I sure do, Counselor.
So every day you go to jail.
Every day I go to jail.
For how many years?
10 years, Counselor.
So for the last 10 years, you go to jail every day. Who's in jail?
Incarcerated men at our jail. people who have been held, either pretrial or sentenced, and then many, many people who work there.
Okay. And is it fair to say that society looks at these people as criminals?
Unquestionably.
So your job for the last 10 years has been working in the field of criminal law.
Yes, Counselor.
So, so although you may not be as Counsel Kennedy and Counsel Jubenville are the typical criminal lawyer, in my thought process, you actually are a criminal lawyer because you work with criminals every single day. Now, what kind of cases, when you go to the sheriff's office, what's the typical case that you handle?
Well, there are a variety. One thing you and I had chatted briefly about that have had a big impact on me is I have litigated some death cases of inmates who've died. And one thing we touched upon a little bit was litigating a suicide case of a young man who took his life in our facility. And it definitely impacted me personally and professionally.
And what did you learn from that?
I learned two things, or maybe three. I learned that people in crisis, they need help immediately, or the results can be disastrous. I learned that the human life is very fragile in our system. And I also learned that a parent's loss of their child is something that's unspeakable.
Is there anything from some of these cases that you've learned that you would do again or that you would do differently?
I think I have learned, particularly in the context of that case, that, and we have tried to change there, that young inmates who are new to the facility, who are undergoing withdrawal of opiates, they need to be watched very closely. They need to be under close supervision. They need to be in a very, very safe environment. And one thing you and I talked about was in that fact pattern of that case, it was not that staff members did not do what they were supposed to do when they were supposed to do it. It's just that the way the system was set up at that time, it allowed for this young man to take his life.
And so what I think I'm hearing, and I don't want to be putting words into your mouth, so tell me if I'm wrong or not getting it. I think your experience has really enabled you or given you the opportunity to deal with the humans and the human side of the law between the actual cases and the trials.
Unquestionably, Counselor, unquestionably.
That's correct? Okay.
Yes.
Now, if you got lucky, because you're gonna need some luck right now, and you convince somebody like me and some of the other councils to vote for you, how does that experience translate to making you a good and effective judge?
It's a good question, Counselor. On its face, the young man had committed a serious charge. He had broken into a home to support his drug addiction, and he stole a firearm. He was also entirely drug dependent and going through withdrawal. And learning what I learned in that case was, yes, he was somebody who was addicted to drugs, who broke into a home and stole a dangerous item. Yes, those are true facts, which a judge looking at the black and white could think this is somebody we should throw the book at. But he was a very young man. It was his second time getting arrested, and he was really battling addiction. And more than anything else, he really should have been in an inpatient treatment facility to be medically detoxed and to gain supports to battle his addiction. Instead, on the black and white face of his case, he ended up in a cell with a sheet, very little hope, and the rest is the story of the case. That experience has taught me that a district court judge really has to look at all the circumstances of the person before them, even if it does take a little bit more time, because some people have other circumstances and other needs that the system really should consider.
Yeah, I have experience working with addicts, and it's actually one of the things that propelled me to run for this particular office because, and I shared with you that I frankly, despite the well-meaning rhetoric of sometimes me and many of my colleagues, and it is well-intentioned and well-meant, I don't think the public frankly has the stomach to bear the cost of what it would take to have real holistic, and when I say holistic, I don't mean fruity tooty, I mean really a holistic point, advantage of rehabilitation for addiction, for all addictions, because it can be done. I know I've worked in this field every day with opiate addicts. But it's very, very expensive and it is it's a very long-term investment. And as Councilor Jubenville said, part of the process for many people is falling down, meaning they go back to drugs, but if we can give them a good enough support system, we can pick them up again. Now in Gloucester, we have a different version of that called the Angel Program, which if you don't know about, I urge you to learn about. We have decided in our community not to prosecute any addict that comes to the police station asking for help in turning their drugs or alcohol or whatever they use over to the police, and they are found to bed and they are assigned angels. And these angels are actually people who will help them and are committed to them, almost like a sponsor in AA or NA, but there's more than one, through the whole process of rehabilitation. We have had very high success rates with this. They are not perfect. We have lost people, but the fact that the folks are turning themselves in, they're at least 30 yards down the football field if they got there. I know from my addicts that I worked with that so many would want to get well, but they were afraid to. I was in a program where they could check out after 30 days, and I'll never forget one man, he checked out on the 29th day, and I was so angry because he could have made it, and we got him a bed in a place he wanted to go, but it's such a fear of unknown. Councilor Jubenville has used some analogies in the past, which frankly strike me because I am, by the grace of God, I don't seem to have that gene that causes addiction, at least that I've found yet. But I sure do like my sweets, and I didn't when I was a kid. It came to me later in life, and but if you put certain sweets in front of me, it's a very hard thing for me to turn that away, or a bag of Cheetos, to be frank. That's like my thing I love. And I cannot imagine the pull of heroin or opiate or cocaine or crack for somebody that is thousands of times stronger than that. So I know I'm babbling, but I just want to sort of share my thought on that as well. I think for me, I'm not sure. I think you're very, very unique, and I actually think you are someone that could possibly, and I'm not sure, but you could possibly bring us a type of diversity we don't have. I think no matter what, you would be somewhat controversial. A controversy doesn't really particularly frighten me, but knowing that you're a young man and you'd be there for a long time, it is a risky business that we're in. So can you share with me then, if you're comfortable, some experience perhaps of your life that has had an impact on you that will maybe make you a better judge or a more empathetic judge?
Sure, Counselor. I think the best way I can answer that question is having grown up and lived a life and then becoming, in the role that I'm in. I think the personal aspect that I would take to it is I have sat with men who are incarcerated, who've made bad decisions. And the takeaway from it is it's really but for so much grace that I'm not sitting right in that chair, that I didn't make one bad decision. I didn't have one bit of guidance. And I think that perhaps how fortunate I have been in my life is the personal experience I have had relating with incarcerated men. And I think taking that to the district court bench would be unique, but also beneficial, because I think it gives me the perspective to understand that really, but for grace and opportunity and privilege, many of us would find ourselves deprived of our liberty.
Yeah. Um, again, I'm going to ask you about two books. These are not trick questions, but have you had the opportunity to read White Fragility?
I have not, Counselor.
I strongly recommend that you read it. And oh, what's the other book? They made a film of it, but the film isn't anything. Michael Jordan's in it. It's not as anything as good as the book. I'll have to think of the name of it. But there's so much for us to continuously learn as white people of privilege. With, I say I'm privileged because I came from an intact family and I have a doctorate degree, and I'm white. I don't really have to worry about food or shelter. And these are real things. So do you consider yourself a courageous person or somebody who's willing to take some risks?
Counselor, I suppose it's for others to say I'm courageous. I
don't
would
mean
say,
that in an air. I don't mean, oh,
Sure.
I'm courageous, I'm going to jump out of an airplane.
No,
I
that
think,
would not-
and this is not something you and I spoke about, but so give me what you got, and then I'm going to tell you where I'm going with it.
I don't think I'm afraid to take a risk. I don't think I'm afraid to take myself out of my comfort zone and ask myself questions about myself. It's sort of a big part of who I am and how I function and evaluate myself every day. I think if that answers your question.
The reason I ask is because, again, the attorneys on the council ask, and I think they're really great questions because, they're in the courtroom. But we have these guidelines, these sentencing guidelines that everyone thinks are rules that can't be, you got to stay in this lane, and you don't. And I think if you went to the bench in the district court, in the common man court, where you would be seeing people like the people you have gone to work with every single day for the last 10 years, I think that you are in a very unique, you would be in a very unique you would be given a very unique opportunity to show creativity and perhaps courage, because you would be criticized for maybe some unusual and different sentencing outside of the guidelines. And I think right now, time, history, what is happening every day around us in this country and in this Commonwealth calls for this very thing. You would have an opportunity to perhaps be someone that would take some of those risks and do that. Do you think you would? Have you thought about that?
Unquestionably, Counselor, and I think of it often, and it's part of what motivated me to sit here today.
And again, this is not something you and I pre-discussed, so I'm putting you on the spot. We talked for a really long time, but this isn't something we talked about.
Sure.
So I know you just went on the hot seat with Judge Hurley. Now you're on the hot seat with Dr. Duff here. But my question is give me an idea. Give me some kind of a concept, or what might be some different sentence you would do or think of.
Well, Counsel, I certainly think in terms of addiction and people who are committing crimes because they're addicted to substances, I think we should start thinking about pretrial treatment and pretrial diversion more. And I also think the sentence should involve treatment for the underlying condition. And I think that we see people who leave correctional facilities, commit crimes immediately and come back, and that's something we chatted a little bit about. And it's simply because the underlying problem, they haven't gotten treatment for it. So I would be proud to take courageous positions in alternative sentences, popular or unpopular, so be it, because I think it's the right thing and I think it could help solve recidivism.
I think you could too. I think you would come under, you know, Rachel Rollins has done some very unusual things and tactics you know, many of her colleagues have been you know, really outspokenly critical of her to a point where I think they're out of their lane and they're out of bounds, because I don't think they would do it to a man, and I certainly wouldn't do it to a white man. But on many of the things she's done and she's spoken about, she's been spot on. And the empirical evidence supports her. Yet she is consistently, I mean, if you read the comments about this woman, she's consistently beat up all over the map. And I think it takes great, and, you know, but she also knows she's made mistakes and she admits when she's not right. But some of her ideas and concepts and the things she's implementing are really very, very courageous with great, great success. How would you feel about, you know, she has to sit for election. So she's in a little, so for her, frankly, it takes a lot more courage. You know, we live in such a contentious society where we have pundits who just think everyone working in the public sector is a good for nothing. We had a judge in my district who made a very controversial ruling, and people protested not just outside the courthouse, but outside his home. They called for his impeachment. They called for his resignation. One of them is still a sitting member of this council, with no regard whatsoever for the separation of powers and no regard whatsoever for why he came to this conclusion, calling him, you know, basically a lefty communist, which is frankly very ironic because the man is no longer sitting, but he was a registered Republican. And a very conservative judge. I found it so bothersome to me because, you know, we can disagree with people, but there needs to be a civil discourse. And so what I'm drilling down at, attorney, is that how you have a young family, how would you feel about it? And how would you cope with it? If you came up with a creative, unusual sentence, and one, it was either unpopular, or two, it backfired. You know, maybe someone went out and sold dope to some 10-year-old or 16-year-old kid who died. And it's your fault. How are you going to deal with it?
I think first, Counselor, public scrutiny is really difficult for anybody to deal with, particularly if they think they're making the right decision and they're criticized. I think that's a human thing, if that's a hard thing, and I'm not immune to that. None of us are. I think it's important when you're making decisions with law and with people that you do what you think is the right and best thing to do and accept the fact that you've accepted a position that could render you in public scrutiny. I think in terms of support and family, that's something I'm very fortunate of. And I think being aware of when your position is causing you stress, it is causing you to need to take a step back. I think it's important that you have somebody in your life, and I'm fortunate to have my wife and my children to tell you, and she does from time to time, hey, this case is getting to you a little bit. Why don't you take a step back from this? Let's, you know, you're running on fumes a little bit. And I think pacing and I think balance in life is critical.
Well, I think having that support system is also critical. And I urge anyone that applies for one of these jobs to have their mental, physical, and spiritual support system intact, because hopefully, you're only going to need it for good times, but unfortunately, you may need it for bad. And it is a terrible thing when it happens to any of us when we make a public error and something bad comes from it. And I know you know that because you work with people who've made errors every single day, and justice is not even handed, and it's hard, and it's not always fair. It's not always just. One of the prisoners I dealt with on an issue, said something to me that has always stayed with me, and that is, when does the punishment stop? I did something when I was a young man. I went to prison. I didn't go to jail. I went to prison. I got my GED. I got my degree. I'm an upstanding member of the community who's even granted a partial pardon, but he still can't get a job doing what he wants to do in the place he wants to work. Part of that's the fault of this council. And I just feel such a responsibility to make sure that people are heard and seen. I think one of the most important things in court isn't just the administering of justice, which of course is paramount, but it is also the actual ability of a judge to see somebody and to hear them and to acknowledge them. So they feel at least that they got that if they didn't get the outcome they wanted. All right, going back to your work in the jail. Do you think there are people who are wrongly incarcerated?
Absolutely.
And what recourse do these folks have?
Well, I think there's the appellate process. I think there are civil actions they can file, but I don't think either one of them is satisfactory for somebody who's lost their liberty.
Yeah. Do you think financial means has any impact on who ends up in jail and who doesn't?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that women are treated more harshly than men? I know you work in a men's jail, but in general in the courtroom.
I would have to say yes.
I want you to learn about that, and I want you to think about it, regardless of what happens at the end of this process for you, because I do think women are treated differently, and I think they're held to a different standard, particularly if they have children. And we've got a really, really big problem in this Commonwealth, and I can't speak to the whole country because I don't have an impact on them. But when we reincarcerate a woman because she has either missed a drug test, because her public transportation wasn't running or wasn't adequate, or she didn't have the money to get to it, or she can't post a bail or a bond or one of these things, and she has children, and this is a minor offense. If we take this woman and we put her back into the criminal justice system in jail or prison, and then we take her children and put them into the foster care system, the economic, we're not just talking about the spiritual and the human impact of what it's having on these kids. The economic impact on the state is tremendous of what that costs. And it makes no economic sense whatsoever to be doing things like that. Yet we are setting up people, and in this case that I'm speaking of women, but one of my big concerns is that we set people up to fail. Kennedy touched on it earlier. They get out of jail, they can't get a driver's license. They get out of jail, they can't get a place to live. They can't live in public housing. They can't live with their mom or dad or brother or cousin or friend if they're in public housing, because the person will lose their housing. They can't get a job because they don't have a clean query. Even if they have a judge that understands some of the new criminal justice reform, and believe me, a lot of them don't, because I attended one of the hearings where the judge hearing the case was actually being brought by his sister. Why he wasn't required to recuse himself was still literally beyond my comprehension, that anyone would put themselves in such a position as that. But nonetheless, it happens because folks are not courageous and they feel they've got to be tough on crime. But we have got to find a way to help people succeed when they get out. And housing is one of the most important ways. If people have a place to lie their head at night safely, then they have a better chance of getting a job. And if they get a job, they can hopefully become a taxpayer and they can hopefully get integrated into society again to participate. Because most people, and I do know this from my work to be true, that most people want to be productive members of society. Most people don't want to be the outlaw. They want to be in. They want to do the right thing. And a lot of folks who've been in the criminal justice system really just want to blend back into society and just admit they made a mistake and go forward instead of frankly being set up to keep making the same mistake over and over. Because when you can't get a job, the only job you can get is selling dope or stealing things from shops or breaking and entering into houses or doing a carjacking, that's not a good option. You know, it's unacceptable. I frankly think the criminal justice system in Massachusetts, if I were the governor, I would have a civil conservation corps where I would be taking low-end offenders and I would be actually employing them and putting them on mass health, and I would be paying them what it costs to incarcerate them a year and actually getting some work done and teaching them some job skills, because we can do this. We can do this. There's plenty of parks that need to be built. There's plenty of roads that need to be cleaned. And then we start teaching people real skills. And if people are in jail and prison, then let's start teaching them about nutrition and eating decent food. Because the one thing I know from working with prisoners and drug addicts is they eat crap. And you can't get well if you're just eating a bunch of crap. You just can't. And we need to be better at this. And I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of lecturing, but I'm so very passionate about this because I think it is at the heart and soul and the core of some of our issues. And it's why I say you must, if you have an opportunity to do this, you must think differently and you must be courageous, because you will start out at a great disadvantage, sir. If you go forward, you will be scrutinized, you will be criticized, you will be under a microscope, and you must, if you are so lucky to go forward, be ready for that and be prepared, not just in yourself, but in how you will execute this great opportunity to be life-changing for so many other people. So after that lecture, my question is, do you have any experience in your work, either as a city solicitor, which God bless you, I don't know why anyone would want to do that. And frankly, I don't know why you'd want to be a judge. Why do you want to be a judge?
I truly believe I can make a difference.
Okay, why? Why do you think you can make a difference?
Well, because I think that I have seen the end result of what happens in the system. So I have a perspective that understands that perhaps the system should be more proactive earlier on than in the end. I also think that I have a unique perspective from working on many different kinds of cases where there is a big human element and there are challenging legal issues.
So it sounds like you agree with DA Rollins then, that if you can not prosecute some of these low-level criminals, that they actually have a chance to rehabilitate and not end up back in the system.
I think that people who commit low-level crimes, who end up in the system and incarcerated, have a much lower chance of then doing well in society because of those experiences, if that answers your question.
Well, it does in a roundabout way without you taking a real stand on it. But what I think you're saying is that you do think she's right. And the truth is the empirical evidence shows us she's right. That, there's no 100% in this business for any of it. All of us, like Marilyn Devaney says all the time, if we had crystal balls, we'd all be rich. We wouldn't be sitting here doing this foolish stuff. We would be rich. So we'd be on yachts in the Mediterranean, perhaps. But in any event, your experience, I want to get back to this. Have you worked with or had any experience in the criminal justice system specifically with people with any type of disability, be that hearing, seeing, physical, unable to walk, a physical disability, or any type of a mental disability, somebody who is somewhere on the spectrum, perhaps, maybe Asperger's, maybe autism, or a plethora of any of the others that fall under that umbrella.
Yes, Counselor.
Can you tell me a little more about that?
Oh, sure, Counselor. Oftentimes, we'll have an incarcerated person who is either disabled, has mental illness, and their conduct and their treatment is something that we are roundtabling and discussing. So me, from a legal perspective, the Director of Mental Health, somebody who's in charge of security. So I've been involved in many, many, many conversations and action plans for somebody who has special needs in our facility to make sure their needs are met, to make sure they're safe, and to try to give them the care that they need.
Good. But I want to be clear. I do not, I do not equate mental illness with something like Asperger's or being on the spectrum. I hope that you don't.
I do not, Counselor, and I hope I didn't misstate and
Okay.
misunderstand your question.
No, it was a broad answer, and I didn't think that's what you meant, but I don't want to assume that's what you meant, because some people don't understand. There is a profound difference between them. There are people who are mentally ill and have serious mental health issues that do, of course, need to be addressed. But there are people who have different challenges that still may commit crimes. I mean, because you are on the spectrum doesn't absolve you of a crime. It doesn't give you a special dispensation while we let them off because they didn't know what they were doing. I mean, I told you, I think in a conversation, I had a sister with Down syndrome who, if my sister nicked a candy bar from a shop, I wouldn't be a bit surprised because she loved candy. And I don't know that she ever did it, but if she did it, I wouldn't be a bit surprised. But at the same time, she could have, if she had ever done something like that, there could have been a shop owner that would want to prosecute her, and rightly so, because she would have committed a crime. It wouldn't have absolved her of the crime, but it would mean that she would need to be treated with some special need or authority. That's what I'm drilling at, I think. Do you understand that to be what I'm saying?
Yes, Counselor.
Okay. My sister has passed. She would probably clobber me if she was still alive and she heard me saying something like this. But she was, I was very, very close to her. The other group of folks, we've talked a lot about addiction, and I will swing back to that in a bit. The other group of folks I'm very concerned about are, because I'm a member of this community, the LGBTQI community. We have an epidemic of young people, I'm just going to say gay, lesbian, transgender, who are committing suicide at astronomical levels, particularly the transgender community. We also have a real epidemic of these young people living on the streets, often because they are not accepted at home or they do not feel safe at home or in a foster home. And as you and I both know, many times when folks turn to the street, they end up in the sex trade, which often convolutes itself into drugs and alcohol. And it's a terrible, terrible road to go down. And nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I think I'm going to go turn tricks for a living today. And I think I'm going to be a heroin addict or an alcoholic, but it happens. And it's just, it is. But I do feel, not just because I'm gay, but as an elected official, that I am held and should be held to a higher standard of making sure people are protected. Again, not absolving them of crime, but with some special understanding or compassion of how do we help these folks in this community survive, and how do we help them turn their lives around, and what lessons can we teach them and what can they teach us. And in your jail, have you had any experience with any of these communities?
Yes, Counsel. The most common experience I've been involved in is with transgender inmates.
Mhm.
Oftentimes, it's more determining the best way to keep them safe in our facility and to make sure that they're in an environment that is accepting and safe to them. So my involvement has been on that level. I've also been involved in, if a transgender inmate has requested certain personal items, certain access to services. Again, with my constitutional background, I'm, oftentimes the person to intervene and say, this is something the person has a right to. Is this person safe here? Let's make sure the safeguards are here. So that has been the extent of my professional experience.
Well, the safety, I'm happy to hear that, because the safety of any prisoner is paramount.
Yes.
But public safety is paramount too. And so the fine line of balance between the two of them is challenging for us all. But it is very important to be aware of it. Do you think that, and I'm not going to go too much into this, and I know the hearing is going on, and I don't want to keep everyone here forever, but and Council DePalo may address this because he's more of an expert. We see young people, but I hate to stereotype more boys than girls, but both of them, frankly, at the ages of 17 and 18 and 19, do really stupid things, but that are crimes. Do you think their brains are fully formed? Do you think they should be tried as adults?
No, I don't, Counselor.
And how do you get around that if you're a judge?
I think particularly with young people, a good district court judge should really think of some kind of diversion program, because obviously the science substantiates brain development hasn't happened until well into their 20s. But I also think we do young people a disservice when we incarcerate them very early and very young. I think it's a very difficult environment for a young person to be in. So I think first and foremost, I would try to be creative with some kind of a diversion program for the young person.
Yeah, you've done a lot of work in rehabilitation and diversion. Is there anything you can share with us about that? Anything I don't know about already? And I don't know what I know, so.
Council, I can tell you, I've been heavily involved in the programs there. I have started new initiatives, a new residential program, a new vocational manufacturing program. But I guess I could sum it up in one quick story if you would indulge me. We had a program not that long ago for our substance use treatment program, and it was for the mentoring program. And it was virtual because of the pandemic. And I asked if there were any students in the program, inmates, who would be willing to talk to the students in the mentoring program virtually and talk about their experiences. And before the program, one of the inmates asked me, he said, is there anything I can or cannot say about my addiction and about my path and my treatment? And I said, this is your opportunity to inspire young people. I said, so it is up to you what you're comfortable sharing and what you're not comfortable sharing. And the gentleman said that he was in his cell and he was despondent and he was preparing to take his own life. He had a plan, he had an instrument to do it, and he was in the process of the beginning stages of taking his life in his cell, unbeknownst to anybody. And he said he heard inmates laughing on the tier, joyous laughter and happiness. And he was drawn by it, and it stopped him in his plan. He put down his implement and he went out to see what brought them such joy in such a hard setting. And the two gentlemen that he spoke to said, well, we've just been accepted into the program. We've been accepted into the residential program, and we're so excited because that's what we want to do and that's where we want to go. This gentleman then went and found one of the clinicians that I'm privileged enough to work with and said, I need to talk to you right now. And that person took a moment to talk to him. He said, I need help. I need to get into this program. I'm feeling kind of despondent. And they had a lengthy conversation, a lengthy interview. And then he was brought into the program. He's in the program and he's doing great. And what he said to the students was, I was just about to take my life. I was alone and nobody knew it. But the hope of this program caused me to stop my plan, to get in the program. And he said, look, now I'm older. I've been in jail my whole life. And now for the first time, I'm recognizing I'm an alcoholic. That's why I'm here. And now I'm learning how to cope. And I'll tell you, counselor, I went home that night and it stuck in my mind that this man sat in a cell. He was going to take his life and no one knew it. And the hope of our program, our little program that I played a small role in starting, gave him the hope to put down the implement to get into the program. And it was very, very powerful to me. And I hope to the students as well.
Yeah, that's a great story. And I thank you for sharing that because, you don't ever know what, listen, your guys are carrying something because they're in jail. But I used to, when I was finishing my thesis, my doctoral thesis, I was working with university students at night. And I would say to them, you just never know, what a smile could mean to somebody or just a hello. You could save their life by that. And I think that's the story you just told us. We just don't know what kind of profound impact we can have on somebody. In addiction is just a dark, desperate hole. And I pray I never ever go down that hole. And my heart breaks for friends and family I know who've been in it because it's a terrible thing. What do you think your biggest contribution would be to the Commonwealth via the bench if you were so lucky to persuade enough of us to vote for you next week?
Counselor, I think recognizing the human element of what happens in a courtroom, recognizing the human before me, recognizing that the decisions that happen in a courtroom continue past the moment the gavel's pounded and the docket's entered. They have long impacts on all those involved. So if I had to pick one thing, I would say my appreciation for the human element of the system.
Do you, because of your youth, which of course we would expect so much more of you because of it, but I'm being cheeky, because of your youth, does that give you any pause or concern? It's be a very long time in a very, very stressful job. Should you serve to the year of 70? If have you thought about that? Have you discussed that with your wife?
I have, counselor, and I think this is one of the only moments in my life, mid-40s is young. Because in every other aspect of my life, I feel like I'm starting to inch away from that adjective. So in some respects, it is still kind of fun to be called young. And I certainly understand and respect the point. I think in terms of dedicating a life towards making a difference, we all must accept that there will be challenging days, that there will be times where we feel like we are pushed to our brink, burnt, unsure of ourselves. And I think in that context, it's important to have not only a good support system in your family, but also other outlets in your life that you can find balance and that can help sort of relieve some of the stress that arises in our job so that our entire life is not just comprised of our work, but it's comprised of our work, our family, our pastimes, our other rituals.
True. Who are the and they may not still be alive, or they may be alive. Who are judges that you admire and why?
First
I
and
know you
foremost,
love them.
I would have to say Judge Hillman. And what I admire the most about Judge Hillman is how he treats people in the courtroom. He treats everybody with such dignity and respect. He's jovial, he's kind, he's warm, he's welcoming. It is a lesson to be learned as a litigator in front of him. He just treats everybody like they are on the same playing field as him. And I have litigated in his courtroom against, an incarcerated person who's in shackles in custody. And the first thing Judge Hillman will say to the officers, why don't you remove this gentleman's restraints so that he can be comfortable at the counsel table and he can kind of plead his case. So I would say the top of my list would certainly be Judge Hillman.
Interesting. Yeah, there is, you just brought me back to two things. One is a chaplain, ministering to people who are actually chained to beds. It's the most bizarre thing you can imagine when you're in a hospital and you're they're on a faith mission to see someone chained to a bed. But also when I was a young woman, I testified in a court case and people came in shackles, and I was probably 19 years old. I'll never forget it. It was just, not anything that was part of my reality in my life. I don't think I have any more questions. I may call you this week to talk to you more about things. I don't want to belabor this. You seem a very fine man, and you're a very interesting man. I think, and I do understand Judge Hurley's concerns. I do have to say, I think I think you might be one of these rare birds that can bring a perspective to us that we deeply and greatly need. And there's risk to that. I really need to think a lot about this and maybe talk to you more and do some more investigation. I don't just mean political risk for myself, but there's risk for the Commonwealth too. If you were so blessed to get this opportunity, you would have to, and this is where your youth will help you very seriously, because you will have to undergo a very rigorous training. And you will have to prove yourself 10 times what so many have had to do in the past, because your path is different, or would be different than others. I do think you have the intellect and the curiosity to do this job. I think anyone who goes to jail every single day for 10 years in litigates and works with prisoners, because to me, litigation in law isn't just being in a courtroom, it's what's going on behind the scenes, and that's what you're doing. And I think there is a great value in that. And I do have to personally explore that more if I think it is a good risk for the Commonwealth. But I do have to say, I do think there is value in that. I think there's diversity in that, to be honest. And I'm a champion of diversity. You're not what you're not what we're usually talking about when we're talking about diversity. But diversity is differentness. It's coming to this job not with different genders and different skin colors, but with different experiences and different life experiences. And I do think there is value in working in the work that you've done with prisoners, because it's very different than what we see many who have done. You have almost it's odd because you actually have it's odd because you've done this small claims and you were city solicitor, which gives you all this civil experience and everything. But working for a sheriff, you're some way on the prosecutorial side of things. And we're kind of, a lot of us are like, we don't really want to see any more prosecutors, but the work you do is almost as of a criminal defense attorney. And so what I have to weigh is, are you able and will you be able to walk that very perfect line to what could perhaps be a really to be you may have the opportunity for greatness. I don't want to sound smug saying that because I really seriously mean it. So anyway, you've given me a lot to think about, and I thank you for your time and indulging me with my Irish tales and such. And at that, I'm finished, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Counselor. It's been a long morning and into the afternoon. Do you need a minute to take a
No.
break, or should we
I'm good, Counselor.
bring this
Thank you.
home?
I'm
Okay.
ready.
Because we started the morning with you in the proverbial and literal hot seat, thanks to the greenhouse type windows above us. And then I experienced it for a little, and now we're in a comfort zone, which is nice. I'm not going to iterate things that have already been brought up, and you can feel free to avoid regurgitating if I overlap my questions. But I did want to touch on a couple things. The first is, of course, as we've heard, you have experience in the area of civil rights. I know that there recently was a Department of Justice report released, Federal Department of Justice, regarding the Department of Corrections in Massachusetts and civil rights issues around access to mental health in particular. And I was wondering what your reaction to that report was, and if, in fact, you see that being a problem in the Commonwealth.
Certainly, Counselor. I have seen the report. I do think mental health services in correctional settings are a problem and a challenge. As we had discussed when I first got to the Sheriff's Department, there had been a Department of Justice report, a scathing report of the Worcester County Sheriff's Office, I think in 2008. And our first couple of years there, I was involved in, trying to right some of those civil rights violations. So I do think it is a challenge and a problem, and I do think it is something that requires attention in all correctional settings.
So beyond that Department of Justice report that's more recent, you've had occasion in the sheriff's office to confront potentially uncomfortable realities around civil rights issues.
Yes, I have.
And you've been able to address those issues in spite of the potential, I don't want to say backlash, but the fact that it would potentially reflect poorly on your employer and your department.
Yes, I have.
Regarding mental health and substance abuse, which we've heard so much about, the most recent data I've seen, which was prior to the passing of criminal justice reform, the criminal justice reform package that the legislature passed a couple of years ago, was that Worcester County, for whatever reason, was utilizing diversion programs actually at the lowest rate in the state when they were available options. And again, that was several years ago. And you've spoken about your positive attitude towards diversion programs. Do you see that as something that is a trend particular to Worcester County? And do you see the trend towards diversion moving in a positive direction?
I think it is moving in a positive direction in that we're having this conversation, that you're asking me about it, that it's coming up. I think it is moving in a positive direction, and I think it's something that we need to continue to commit to.
Mm-hmm. And you brought up a couple programs that you've seen working, and I know that there's several out there across the Commonwealth. One of them was within your current role and the residential substance abuse program, and you indicated that there were approximately 50 men involved in that right now. Are there more folks incarcerated who would benefit from that, even within the very department?
Many more.
What do you think the roadblocks are for expanding those programs?
I think in some respects it's physical structure, sometimes it's funding. But I think it's something we all have to always keep opening up our minds to. The second program that I helped start, we started it in the tier of a housing unit, like any other correctional housing unit. We had nowhere else to do it. And I just made the decision, these men want help. We can help them. We're going to make this a therapeutic environment. And we did, and it works very well. And it doesn't look like a residential treatment facility, but it is because of the men who make it up.
And were you to take a seat as a associate justice in the district court, you may in fact have opportunity to take initiative in a similar way around some of these issues, but from within the judiciary rather than in the sheriff's office. And we hadn't discussed this, but have you heard of the Emerging Adult Court of Hope, which is functioning in Western Mass, which I actually was not aware of until a recent nominee came before us?
I have heard of it, but I'm not intimately aware of the details.
I can't say that I am either, but what I do know is that it's a program worth looking into. And it brings us to the issues around brain development and, juvenile jurisdiction. You've already been asked about that, but I'm wondering about a particular case that recently came through the Supreme Judicial Court that emerged from juvenile court, where a teenager in the court who was dual involved in DYS and DCF was living in a facility, was before a judge for having attempted to run away from her group home, and essentially disrespected the judge, told her off in crude language. And the judge's reaction was ultimately to hold this teenager in contempt. And I wonder, based on your knowledge of mental health, based on the compassion for some of that you've expressed, how do you feel about that particular case, at least with the broad strokes of the facts I presented? And how do you in general feel about contempt in the courtroom?
I don't think that a young person's verbal outbursts should result in a loss of their liberty. It's very difficult for me to imagine any circumstances in which, if I were so lucky, I would lose such control of a courtroom that it would require somebody's liberty to be taken away.
And, part of the reason I asked that is that several counselors have gotten to the notion of your relative youth compared to nominees we sometimes see. And so I would hope that when this message is getting reinforced over and over, that were you to take the bench, that there's not a complex where you need to prove yourself and prove your valor. And I don't suspect from your character or from anyone I've spoken with that that's you.
Okay.
But it is certainly something to be aware of and mindful of. Do you think that the decriminalization of marijuana in some was a just policy decision?
I think it was decriminalized because of a voter initiative that our law allows for. So I think it was lawful. I think it was promulgated and passed by the legislature. So I think to answer your question, was it just? Yes, I think it was just.
We talked a little, I didn't, but in this hearing, there was discussion around some of the factors, and I believe Councilor Jubenville hit on it the most, where the same behavior from two different individuals in different communities or different settings may result in very divergent outcomes, right? So you attended Holy Cross, which is a great school, and I'm using that for the comparison rather than St. John's because I attended Shrewsbury High.
I appreciate that,
Yes,
Councilor. Thank you.
although I have a great deal of respect for the Pioneers who consistently demolish my athletic team. However, I'm wondering, do students at Holy Cross smoke marijuana?
Yes.
And do you think that young people in the Vernon Hill or Main South neighborhood also smoke marijuana?
Yes.
And do you think that the young people in the Vernon Hill and Main South neighborhoods historically have been more likely to be arrested and eventually perhaps incarcerated for such an offense?
Yes, I do.
Councilor Jubenville brought up the racial disparities that we see in our justice system. And as you and I had occasion to discuss prior to the hearing, what most alarms me from the so-called Harvard study was that accounting for every contextual variable that the study was able to access, folks convicted of the same exact crimes, controlling for all these factors, if you're Black, you're likely to spend 31 more days on average incarcerated than a white offender. If you're Latinx, it's 24 days longer, right? And I know as father of young children, as I am, that's an eternity. It's an eternity, 31 days, 24 days. And what's really more alarming to me is that this isn't an exact science. We don't know for sure how these contextual variables are actually impacting. So if I take away the contextual variables, what the study showed was the disparity in sentencing was actually 168 days for a Black offender and 147 days for Latinx. I heard you talk about mindfulness around implicit bias. And I think that your work in the tiered mentor program is an example of the kind of community outreach that needs to happen and around such a complicated issue. Where do you see, what's the path that the judiciary in particular, acknowledging that it's a multifaceted problem, what's the path that the judiciary, in your view, should take over the next several years to internalize the racial disparities and to make it something that is addressed not in the moment of public discourse, but in an ongoing way to remedy these issues?
So I think a good starting point would be, as you and I discussed, the gaps in the statistics in the Harvard report, where our system is simply not keeping statistics. Those could be areas that are major contributing factors that the trial court and judiciary could have more involvement in correcting, but we don't know because there aren't statistics in those areas. So I think that's a good starting point. Obviously, I think education and awareness is necessary in holding people accountable.
And we've talked about diversity, and I think that actually is one of the many factors that kind of that weaves the tapestry of the outcomes in our criminal system. Are there a lot of people of color on the bench in Central Massachusetts?
No, counsel.
No, there aren't. You think that the overall pool of employees in the court system in Central Mass reflects the diversity of the Central Mass communities?
I don't, counsel.
Would you commit yourself, if you are to become an associate justice of the district court, to mentoring underrepresented groups, either if they're youthful to consider a career in law, if they're young lawyers, to mentor them and to encourage them to consider a path towards whether it be a clerk or a judicial role?
I'd be honored to, counselor.
And of course, when I ask that, I don't just mean people of color, which is an important one, but also women, and this administration has done a great job of adding women to the bench, and also folks with disabilities. So there's a lot of diversity I think we can do better with in Central Mass, and I appreciate your commitment to making that a priority were you to take the bench.
Absolutely.
I have no further questions for you. You've had a lengthy hearing and you've performed very well and with grace. And I will be putting your name forward to the council at our next assembly.
Thank you very much, Councilor DePalo.
Thank you very much. And with that, this hearing is closed.